Yep, my phone went off. Yes, we are streaming, everybody. Welcome back to Minotaur Hotel. I need to actually get the stream like officially started with me on the camera and the game on the screen. Excuse me as I do that for the next minute or so. Now, where the heck are you, Minotaur Hotel? Oh, interesting. Oh, that's why. I was like, why does it have the bar? There we go. Just like me, I got to raise the bar. And if you're wondering why there's no music, it's because YouTube for some reason likes to copyright claim these Minotaur Hotel songs. I do not know why. But for now, you just have to listen to my voice completely destroying your eardrums. Why am I saying it like that? I should be more positive. Here we go. We're going to start at 2 minutes. Why? Because. Actually, I'm going to play the music for like 30 seconds, and if it gets copyright claimed because of the 30 seconds, I'll know exactly why. And no, not to play the Minotaur intro theme song or whatever. This is the theme music, I guess, of Minotaur Hotel. So, what's up to everybody? Oh boy, transition time. Here we go. Welcome back, everybody. Dirk the Red Panda here with Minotaur Hotel. And why am I holding my mic? Well, ladies, gentlemen, and NBs, I decided to kind of play around with things and just kind of do this in more of a, I guess, musician's perspective of a mic. Low-key, I just got hooked on hearing a song earlier today and just started lip syncing it and unscrewed the mic. That's my honest answer, but yeah, I just want to kind of see how this works and see if it makes much of a audio difference, if y'all like it, any like criticisms, feedbacks, let me know. It also makes me a little more mobile so I can stand up, kick the chair, and stand and talk like so. So, this is me without a pop filter and a mic stand. Let's see how this works. Worst comes to worst, I'll screw it back on during like a break or whatever. But I'm kind of having a blast so far. Probably Minotaur Hotel wasn't the best one to do this with. Maybe if there was a novel with like more musical elements or something that had like singing in it, this would make more sense, but y'all get what you get. You get Dirk without a stand. Anyway, I need to access the chat. I have the chat on the side, and once again, as usual, YouTube won't let me interact with it unless I go through my YouTube window. Streamlabs be weird. This is day 30 of me complaining about Streamlabs' YouTube window. Here we go. And it's been going for about 2 minutes now, I think, the Minotaur theme. We're gonna turn it off, and if YouTube hammers this video, I don't know, peoples. I don't know what to do. But yes, hello to Trinixler, or the next person that I saw in line. I was along with Dragon and Friends, Google Krishna, and Final State. Google said hi twice. But yes, it's great to see y'all here, and so we don't have any audio for now until we play the game and any sound effects come in, so apologies for not having that. I'm trying to keep some of my minuscule revenue. Anyway, This is update 0.5, if you can see in the bottom right corner. I'm pointing at the Twitter things right above it. Support this game on itch.io and, yeah, that's itch. And Twitter. Please do. Minotaur Hotel is awesome. And Nanoff is amazing at coding and stuff. Me being the little sneaky VN dev I am, I sometimes look at other games' code for advice and just, of course, do my own original thing, but, just sometimes you see a thing and go, I could make this easier. And boy, does Nanoff do that. So, I sing my praises to Nanoff's creative works and to everybody else who is a part of the project. I think there are more people a part of the project. I know Nanoff does the art and the coding. But anyway, if we continue, I was like, wait a minute. I forgot this is the equivalent of the load screen. But yep, we got thick Asterion now. Let's look at the previous chapters. He looks kind of alright there, but boy, he thick now. Hello, Mr. Red Panda, and hello, Weeby Boy. Anyway, we are going to start with Hinterlands 1. That is where the suspenseful cliffhanger left off. And we might see what our boy... What the hell was his name again? I forgot. I was about to say I forgot both their names. I know the peacock is P, I think. I think it's P. What the heck is the bull's name? Fuck. I'm sorry. I think there's two others. There are a lot of characters in this VN, and more to come. Oh, does the writer go by Minnow now? Sorry. Storm! Oh my god, I can't believe I forgot Storm. I was like, the name's so obvious. Thank you, Final State Google and Weeby Boy, for reminding me. Alright, so let's get started in half a minute. Don't worry for anybody who is watching this afterwards. I timestamp it, and fingers crossed YouTube does not do any weird things and delete them. One of my previous videos, it did not save the timestamps that I kept updating. And yeah, I had to reinstall them all myself. That was fun. And for anybody who likes to watch me be tortured, these are back. Hopefully not too many of them this time. Let's get started now. Shall we? Let us begin. Here we go. I forgot P's exact accent, but... Welcome to your first night as a human, Storm. Yeah, I'll get it. And here we go. Chapter 14. A day at a time. Monday. Sunlight peeks out from the horizon and breaks into a sprint to touch the hotel's outer walls. Asterion looking mighty fine with a new blue tank. And the same design on the shirt that I always liked, because I'm a tech nerd. The Minotaur sits on the sofa while checking the list of guests. He slides his hooves on the hardwood floor. Slides them harder than everybody is sliding in his DMs now. He scratches his cheek, then looks off to the jelly purple sky beyond the window. You prepare breakfast. The apartment has been taken over by the smell of coffee and dawn. While you peel the boiled eggs, he looks up to you. Gaze held, face motionless. Yes, Asteroid, I'm holding the mic. Why is everybody so judgmental? Then return to his papers. So what am I humming or encouraging? I don't know. I'm gonna mess this up, honestly. Yeah, might as well encourage him. I can feel we're going to have a great time today. We'll get a sizable batch of guests, I bet. I must make the reception is always manned. They could arrive at any moment. Want me to call Coda or Luke for it? Or I can do it myself. There is no need. I can manage it today. Good. First thing they'll be met with is the Cretan prince's magnanimous hospitality. Let them see the truth with their own eyes. Yes, Asterion, I've become overly dramatic, Dirk. Oh, how kind of you to have such high hopes for this clumsy bull. If I don't know any better, I would guess you are making a joke at my expense, my lord. Oh, not a joke, partner. Just the truth. They may not know you're the Minotaur. But if you ask me, I'd leave this place doubting that Athenian legend. Ah, if only my story was as hopeful as you are. Our stories are one and the same, buddy. So you better get used to some hope. We're in this together, right? Asterion chuckles. I suppose I am contractually obligated to agree with you. I'll take it. Now come here, you clumsy bull. It's time for breakfast. While sharing a meal with the Minotaur, you continue going over all that needs to be done. What do we have on our agenda today? Nothing out of the ordinary. Asterion takes a boiled egg, dabs it on the pile of salt on his plate, and eats it whole. So far, your mandate has been very eventful, has it not? Excuse me, that boiled egg is... digestion. Every day is something new. If not bickering guests, then foreman this, internet that. But those days are meant to be the exception. Ever since the hotel was created, the life of the master has been a very peaceful and contemplative one. Very soon you'll see that even the Argos, whom you think must be a constant fixture of the realm, in truth is only a rare, if potentially brutal, hindrance. It is the same every time. Along with the new master, a fresh foreman appears to stir trouble for a while. Similar to his predecessors, but each one is unique and peculiar in his own way. But they never stay for long. One day they all slither back into the recesses of the valley and disappear. After all, you'll find a solid routine. Day in, day out, business as usual. Huh. Argos would disappear? Everybody with their Argos fan art be like, no! And I'm like, yes! So it's not always the same Argos? Is the Argos rare? What is this? I don't know! Is it not always the same Argos? Wait, are you implying it's not always the same Argos down there in the valley? That is what I believe, yes. For you it would be impossible to tell, of course. But a young Argos always arrives from the depths of the valley around the same time a new master takes over. They are always snakes, but each one unique and a bit different from the last. I've long held the suspicion that they change along with the masters. Centuries ago, when the first Argos appeared, he was pushier. more aggressive, if not bloodthirsty, despite never engaging in violence himself. They become far more subtle sense, or at least more skillful in persuasion. Trinix just says Argos is a good boy that did nothing wrong. And with Weeby's words, Argos be gone. Though, to be precise, Master G. Marie and Clement shamed the same Argos. They both bonked him with their newspapers. I mean, though to be precise, Master G. Marie and Clement shared the same Argos. The current one reminds me a great deal of their Argos. From what has been seen, they share the same theatricality and cheerfulness. The Minotaur breathes in and prepares to speak again, but his eyes fall upon the armband peeking from your shirt sleeves. It's a watch. His ears flick once, and then grow still as he ruminates and picks his words. But you should not worry about the Argos. It should not be for too much longer that he will pose any threat. Ahead of you, there is only your peaceful reign and gentle lordship. Thoughtful, trusty, straight. That's a lie. Can't say I'm opposed to that. I wasn't expecting any of this when I stumbled into owning a hotel. It is understandable, but what did you expect, my master? Once more, he looks at the armband on your bicep. Forgive me. What did you expect when you came here, Dirk? I was betting the deed would be an old piece of scrap paper, nothing more. I couldn't believe I'd receive ownership of a hotel. Or anything of the sort. Just like that. But, as surprising as it may have been, I can't say it was unwelcome. So, you are enjoying your time here, I take it? I'd have left already if I wasn't. The company's good. What can I say? Aww. Oh, I see. Gotta give that boy a hug. Asterion be really up there for best boy. Your meal is brief. It's about time to start working. After washing the dishes, Asterion takes you to another room on the hotel's ground floor. Now that we have no pressing tasks hanging over our heads, allow me to introduce you to your office master. That is a damn fine-looking office. And I wish I had an office like that. You mean our office partner? I'm imagining the Kazoo Kid moment where he's like, thanks, friend. And we're just doing that with Asterion right now. Did I miss much? We are only 20 minutes in. We've only been playing for like 10 minutes now. Not really. God. Asterion. You people. Dirk isn't doing the ruthless route. Therefore, it is canon that Argos did nothing wrong. You people. But do you mean our office partner? Oh, yes. Pardon me. Our office. Business partners. You people coming up with such good puns tonight. I love it. Asterion the Adorable. He is best boy. Together like horn and skull. The Minotaur's ears flick back and forth. He runs a finger over the back of his neck, tidying the fur as it stands on end. With a shake of his head and a snort, he looks to the office. Here is where you plan ahead for the tasks each staff member will be assigned for the day. You mean sending them to explore the valley and work on contracts? Can't be that hard, can it? Not exactly. Assembling exploration parties to the valley is unusual. But as long as they are cautious, and I am not present among them, there shouldn't be much of an issue with continuing to do so. Otherwise, it will cost you an arm and a leg. As much as you may insist on elevating me to being your business partner, this call falls to you. It is your right and duty to manage the hotel's staff. You may assign them tasks or allow them some time off to enjoy themselves. Do keep in mind, however, that we all have a number of daily obligations. It is not every day we will have time for exceptional tasks such as research or exploration. Reasonable? Well, time to get to work then. Also, if I'm too loud, let me know. I'm trying to keep my distance from the mic, but I keep falling into it. Indeed. I'm going out to the reception now, but before I go, how does your arm feel? Is the armband causing any discomfort? Oh, not at all. I can't even feel it most of the time. It's almost like it isn't there. I'd go as far as to say it's nearly incorporeal. Incorporeal? Jeez, that is a fancy word. I only ever remember it's there when I take a look in the mirror. Oh, that is a relief. It was never my intention to. Don't worry about it. This is nothing. You do not have to pretend, my lord. Dirk. It was unbecoming of me to have proposed the idea. Oh, and far too proud of me to let you go on with it. No, there's no reason for that, Asterion. I'm telling you exactly how it is. The armband is nothing. And even if it was, it's the least I can do. Now, let's get to work and have a nice day, shall we? You have a very peculiar master. You are a very peculiar master, Dirk. But in no way unpleasant. I shall see you later. See ya. What? Oh, I was gonna say, what's the daily agenda? Let's watch the daily agenda tutorial, shall we? So there's a daily agenda, a guest route, and skip. Let's go with the daily agenda tutorial first, shall we? You now have full control over your daily activities. Yes, autonomy! On top of managing the R&D and exploration teams, you can now choose how you spend your time on the daily agenda screen. Oh, the left side of the screen, 1, shows your current teams. Click on the Manage Teams button to manage R&D and exploration as usual. You can also customize Asterion's appearance by clicking on the Customize Asterion button on the top right. 2. The middle of the screen. 3. Shows a list of daily activities and tasks you can perform, such as working on side projects or spending time with your staff. Click on these and your current plan for the day will be set. The bottom of the screen 4 shows your current plan for the day. You can change it by selecting a different activity or clicking the Cancel Plan button. When your planning is finished, click the Confirm Plan button 5 to continue. You will perform your daily activities and meet up with your teams at the end of the day. Watch Daily Agenda tutorial? I'm going to go with the guest route tutorial this time. Dirk better make Asterion win in the wrestling. The what? Alright, guest route tutorial. If a staff member is not assigned to any teams, or is not injured or disabled, you can now choose to spend time with him. Spending time with a guest will help him work through his issues, or give more insight on him. As a result of this personal growth, the guest's stats can improve over time. You can see each guest's route progress in the guests menu. It's up to you to balance a guest's personal development with his contributions to R&D and exploration. As of this build, every guest route is a work in progress. You may get a message on the guest select screen informing you that you can't currently advance a character's route past that point. So, is it technically a character route that we're doing if we develop them and all that? Or can we choose to do different ones each time? This is kind of interesting. I haven't had a VN like this before. Boy, a VN with multiple choices. Oh god, this is too much for me to handle. Anyway, watch Daily Agenda tutorial. Let's just skip it for now. The type that's very far away and we probably won't see this time. God damn it. I don't think I'm going to be able to finish this all in this whole update in one episode. This is going to be quite a big hefty one. So, I can be here long, remember, Dirk. Depends on how you handle, his contract to get Hesja's mirror. Oh, yeah, the entire story will unfold differently. It's more of a get-to-know-them thing from what I can tell. Oh, that's pretty cool, then. I don't know how much this will take away from Asterion, though, because I want to get to know Asterion, too. But the other ones are interesting, too. It took me 3 days of intermittent reading. One day alone was the Hinterlands 3. Oh, dear goodness, this sounds terrifying. Oh boy, I got a lot of work to catch up on. But, let me get a sip of water and skip the tutorial now. Oh, the perks of having a mic to carry around with you. Convenience. Alright, let's skip it now. You can see these tutorials at any time from the help menu. Oh god, there's a window! Which one the heck? Which one the heck? Which one's the help menu? There it is. Okay, let's go back. Yep, easily my favorite VN right now. Oh my god, so many choices! Ah! Can I... Oh. I'm like, how do I manage the teams? What button do I press? I forgot the entire tutorial. I am Himbo. Oh yeah, definitely can tell with your icon. Oh, you got a Asterion, so handsome. Here we go. Our R&D team. Research and development. I mean, do we need exploration? Can't send out. Too bad! Oh, kid. No, we are sending Astarion to R&D. I would never send him to the Valley. He's too good for that. He is the danger. He's got 4 danger. His tech and contract are pretty good. I think that will balance it out well. We'll have 2 contract, 3 tech. Okay, we're sending you to R&D. Let's see what happens if we move Coda to R&D team. He's got good contract and tech. Yeah, Luke is less contract and techie. Let's send him to R&D. We got all the tech, baby. And 0 memento. We are not discovering his past. Oof, he's got 2 memento, though. Let's see what happens if we switch Luke and Coda. Send to explore. Okay, we got 1 less contract. Why are there so many tough choices for me to make? Oh, goodness. I kind of want to... Yeah, you know what? Why the heck not? Let's just leave it as that. We're only losing like 1 contract, and if we switch Coda and Luke, we are going to get... Not Astarion, sorry. If we send... Who the heck was I going to send out again? I am small brain. I apologize, I'm so small brained. Okay, the difference is 1 point of contract, and we get 0 memento, but we do get a lot of surveying just for raw materials in general. Which one's more important right now? Final state, you don't know how much I stress about the little things. But yeah, I guess we'll just finish about this for now. Free Luke to do his free time. Let's just confirm it first and see if I can... Oh, Luke can advance his route. Oh, so we can let Luke go. Sorry, Luke. I'm gonna dismiss you. Give staff time off. Click on a guest to select him. Astarion and Coda's next scenes are not available for this build. Okay. Your current plan for the day is, I'll hang out with Luke. Oh boy, my voice is gonna burn. And to have sour Skittles with it. Can't wait to have my voice done by the end of this stream. Anyway, let me just customize Astarion first. He's looking pretty fine with those clothes. So he doesn't have any other modern shirt designs. Look at those suspenders. Just make him go shirtless the whole day. Nah, I'm just gonna keep it. I have dignity, damn it. Gold armband. We are gonna keep that. Yeah, we're just gonna confirm it. I like the white on him. It's starting to grow on me. I didn't hang out with Luke in my playthrough. New content. Oh boy, this could be some new content. That's what would have him wear, to be honest, suspenders. Y'all just down bad. God damn. Alright, so we're gonna hang out with Luke and confirm this plan. Let's get going, shall we? I will pray for your vocal cords. Thank you, Weeby boy. Done planning? Boy, I never stop planning. While Kota and Luke are going and getting along a little better lately, Kota still insists that the Griffin not running his restaurant while the Dragon is busy helping the R&D team or exploring the valley. Whichever one you chose for him. Luke has decided instead to hang around reception, greeting the new guests and helping them with their luggage. And that is where you find him today. You decide to spend some time with him. Pray for me. You know, despite our time together, I don't think I know you all that much. So, what's your story, Luke? You finally want to get to know me better, partner. Thought you'd never ask. Oh, I forgot the last time I sang on a stream, it was with Luke. I'm sorry for your eardrums. Wait. No, that's not what I meant. You know, there's this real private place I found where we could relax for a while. You a top. God damn it, Luke. What? You look like such a damn top to me, and yet you're such... Can you hear me still? My camera just turned off for no reason. Maybe because I yoinked my mic by accident. Apologies as I... Technical difficulties, as usual. It's not incompetence, it's endearing. Oh, there it is, my face. There we go, much better. I don't know why I did that. Anyway, let's keep going. Luke, this is terribly inappropriate. I'm gonna have to report you to HR. I know. Just pulling your leg. I may not be the brightest bull, but I sure ain't dumb enough to shit where I eat. So, what you want to know about little old me? Sure, guess I do have some stories to tell. I was born and raised on a tiny farm in the middle of Texas, partner. Little place called Elgin. Or would I say Elgin in my Texas accent? It's probably Elgin. Me Googling where Elgin is. There's an Elgin, Illinois. Illinois, oh my god. Everybody from Chicago is going to come and kill me now. There is an Elgin, Texas. Really tiny, though. It's like literally in the middle of Texas. Yeah, the more you know. That's cool. Elgin. Thanks, Final State, for confirming. I gotta say it in the most American accent possible. Oh, there's only 8,000 people there? The city is a suburb of Austin. Oh, maybe I think I know people around there. Not sure if they moved or not, though. Or at least I did know people that used to live in that area. Not Elgin specifically, but like Austin area. Anyway, let's continue. I was born and raised on a tiny farm in the middle of Texas, partner. Little place called Elgin. Now, I know I look good, but I'll have you know I'm quite a bit older. I was born in the 20s. No, not the 2020s, the 1920s. And like any good, self-respecting American boy, I enlisted to fight in the Second World War. My brothers, oh, I had many of them. Boy, did my dad fight. Went too. We had our adventures overseas and, as you can guess, not all of us returned home. Can't say what each one of my siblings thought, but, well, our pa fought in the First World War. A few of them expected all of us to remain in the military, make a tradition out of it. But me, I couldn't bring myself to go back to fighting. I got a lot of shit for that. So many family arguments. Oh boy, don't get me started about my whole conversations about the military-industrial complex. But things settled down after a few years. Everyone got sick of arguing. Meanwhile, I kept myself busy. Made a bit of money here and there with a few business ventures. Had a brief stint working for the government. And retired early thanks to my investments. I may not look like it, buddy, but I'm real good with money. Managing funds is one of the two things I'm good at, if you catch my drift. Well, despite being retired, I'm also plenty young. Griffins like myself can live for over 200 years. So, over the last few decades, I've kept myself busy. Helped raise my nephews and nieces, for instance. Too many of my brothers remained in the military and, well, they ain't around anymore. So I was the dad kind of uncle. The cool uncle, if you catch my drift. And since a single man like myself doesn't need much to survive, I helped them get into college. Real proud of my boys and girls. They're awesome. They're becoming the next best things. But now that they're all grown up, so I'm back to having adventures on my own, which is why I'm here. Gotta keep myself busy. Don't want to go senile. Or sterile, if you catch my drift. For a while longer, Luke keeps on telling you about the inescapable anxieties that come with aging. And we transition to Asterion. Just Asterian's blank expression reminds me of Patrick holding the hammer with the wood plank on his head. Let's check in on the R&D team. Your R&D team made some progress, but no project was completed. Womp womp. Let's check in on the exploration team. Looks like your team found something. Yay! You encountered a tiny goatskin-bound notebook containing handwritten poetry. You can read it by opening the files in the menu. Where the heck? Oh, I was going to open up the files in the menu. Is it under artifacts or? Oh, it is mementos. All right. Goatskin-bound notebook. A tiny notebook smaller than a human's hand, barely. Same poem was written in its pages a dozen times with diminutive variations over each version. At the end was one final scroll, different from all the others. The handwriting is poor and cramped, just like my handwriting. Oh boy. Oh boy. If you want to read this, play the game yourself. I'm sorry. I do not have the patience. Nor the time. Anyway. Later that night, the guests were enraptured by Kota and Luke's tales about the Forbidden Valley and its odd creatures. All of Asterian's unsightly connections to it were omitted, leaving space for exhortations of his and your talent as leaders. Neither did they mention Clement's betrayal, the expulsion of the former guests, the old staff's unknown fates, or Asterian's regrettable one. You and the Minotaur listened to it all from your table, in a corner of the lounge. The guests' captivated gazes, so fixed that they became heavy, were not altogether unpleasant. Thus a day came and passed. Sweet Mother Night and her son Sleep embraced the land and all of its dwellers. But dawn slithers its way in, and it has since time immemorial. Rise now, my lord, and live again. Another day, another time. Let's see who I can give time off to. I mean, I already did give Luke time off. I'm confused. Let me just manage the teams first. Let's move Luke down to exploration. And let's switch Coda to R&D today. Why the heck not? I mean, we already advanced Luke's route. I'm not sure. Like, you can only do Luke for now. But is there only one scene, or is there, like, multiple scenes I can do with Luke? I'm kind of confused. Sleep did not embrace me at all. Time really did fly by for me, too. Okay, Asterins is way later. Coda, next update. There are 5 scenes. What's the worst that can happen if we keep exploring Luke? Luke's just gonna get like 5 straight days off. Hey, Luke, we want to get to know you. And he gets a stat boost at the end. Okay, sorry, Luke, we're dismissing you again. And today... Well, we can't send you out to the valley, but... Why the heck not? We're going to keep the same teams as is. Alright, everything's the same. Luke, we're hanging out with you. Plan confirmed. Hotel Triviago. Oh goodness, you find Luke laughing out loud at unfunny images he got from some social media platform or other, and decide to stop by for a chat. Oh god, it's the boomer memes. Please don't tell me they're boomer memes. I'm curious. What was it like fighting in the war as, well, a griffin? Oh, that. Yeah, things were kind of different back then. We had charms and all that to pass off as human, but they weren't these mass-produced passports. People back then relied on homemade charms, you know. Oh, and those are all full of quirks. Plus, people back then had a different mindset. Well, long story short, my buddies and superiors knew about me not being human. There was a whole special enlistment for the likes of us. The government wanted us to aid in the war effort. I even had special assignments on all that. After all, I can fly and I'm a hardy fuck. A few times I was sent to take out supernatural people and things. Got a medal for it too, after the Battle of Nancy. American versus German forces, and we won! There was this one German causing trouble, you see. He got caught in an ambush no one had any right of surviving. But bullets did nothing. Just grazed his skin. So they figured he had some magic in him, and sent me to deal with it. I just twisted his neck off. That was the worst goddamn day of my life, I'll tell you what. Soon as I laid eyes on him, I felt like I knew I was gonna die. Sure as night is dark. You'll never guess how I got the best of him. Smartest moment of my life that was. I gave him a good pounding. So, turns out the secret of defeating Germans was French cooking. I got him to eat some biscuits, worst ones this world's ever seen, and he dropped dead right then and there. Close enough. I poisoned him. Okay, you're joking, right? No, sir. He took one bite and that was it. End of the line for him. Still, the whole thing was too much. Right then and there, I promised I'd never go to war again. You just poisoned a dude and you're like, war? Nah. Just killing a bunch of people. Poisoned biscuit. And that's it. After I finished up that tour, I never went back to the army. And I don't regret it. Luke tells you some more stories from the Second World War, but nothing involving him. Eventually, however, it's time to return to work. Back to the Patrick Hammer team. Let's check in on the R&D team. Your R&D team has made some progress, but no project was completed. Let's check in on the exploration team. Looks like your team found something. We're just gonna get, like, all 13 or something, like, scripts or whatever there is. And, like, no tech progress. But hey, we got progress. You found an old page torn off of a book. A small memento of Asterian's past. You can read it by opening the files in the menu. After sunset, Asterion went off to the rooftop. He did not outright say it, but he required privacy to ruminate on the contract you signed a few nights before. You provided him with all the alone time he required. Later, you found Luke by the hearth, chatting with a haggard bunch of guests about his personal misadventures. Their clothes had seen better days. None of them shared a language or origin. All grasped cups overflowing with sweet beverages in their shaking hands. Unshackled by the laws of the outside world, Luke Neon Genesis evangelized about the mythical beings, their tales, and magic. I failed my joke so damn hard. That was the worst joke I ever made. The guests tightened their grips on their mugs. Magic, fantasy, and the hearth kindled their weary hearts. Food and drink healed their bodies. And Luke's unyielding, screeching laughter, as unpleasant as it sounded, planted them with a dream of prosperity, dignity, and bounty. It feels like I'm in Groundhog Day. It just feels like I'm doing the same thing over and over again. Maybe we can change things up today. Why the heck not? We're gonna send Coda to R&D. Let's keep talking with Luke and keep on going. Let's confirm the plan. You stumble upon Luke and, seeing as he seems available, you stop and have a chat. If you feel like talking, I was curious about what it was like growing up in the 1920s. In what way, partner? I mean, as far as your sexuality goes, did your family give you a hard time for being gay? Oh, that. You expect my family to raise hell over me being gay, right? A religious Texan family and all. But you'd be surprised. My parents were fine with it. Look at how I turned out. They found out while I was on a road trip with a guy. He was my boyfriend. And when I came home, everyone knew already. My ma always was a bundle of love and joy. She told me nothing could stop her from loving her boy. She joked a lot about me not needing to rely on a lady to wash my clothes. Thought it was crazy that one of her boys would keep his house tidy and all that. And my pa. I told you he was a First World War veteran, didn't I? Quiet, stern, religious man. Never showed emotion. But when he saw me coming through the door, he hugged me while crying his eyes out and said he loved me. I always would, no matter what. Only other time I ever saw him cry was when he had to put the dog down. Mind you, this was all after the war, when I was in my 30s. I had my own life, my own money, wasn't living under my old man's roof. I was a grown man. Not everyone was really fine with it, though. A couple of my siblings gossiped, but my older brother Peter shut him up real quick. You know, when people talk about what being attracted to men was like back then, they think everyone was a hateful bigot. And sure, there were plenty of those to go around. But love sparks real loud too, you know. My family didn't exactly understand me, but they figured out they didn't need to. My brother Peter, he was the highlight of it all. Even if Ma and Pa were fine with me having a boyfriend, They weren't ready to meet him. Peter was, though. Peter and I were tied to the hip, and we both went to the hip. Wink. Technically, oh my goodness. If he was in his 30s around this time, like around the 20s, if he grew up in like the 20s, or was he an adult in like the 1910s? Wait a minute. Oh wait, his dad fought in the First World War, so he may have barely missed it. He may have either just been born or was not even alive. I was about to say Smoke Room and Minotaur Hotel collab confirmed. Luke goes to the bar and meets William and Samuel and gives them a good... No, this is after World War II, damn it. Anyway, Peter and I were tied at the hip, so no surprise there. Him and my boyfriend even became buddies, and the three of us would hang out together all the time. Well, things are okay now. My whole family knows I'm gay, and are just fine with it. It's been a while since I had a boyfriend, but Miles always asking when I'm gonna settle down and adopt a few kids. So, yeah, that's what my family's reaction was like.
Luke tells you some more about his siblings before you and him need to return to work.
Look at them both so naive. Let's check in on the R&D team. Your R&D team has made progress, but no project was completed. Damn it was all for nothing. Fuck. Let's check in on the exploration team. There is none. Well, no one was sent out to explore. Good going, me.
Tonight, it is Coda who hosts the Hearthside Circle. He gifts his audience with tales about the Minotaur's hospitality and the hotel's traditions. The guests he entertains are a peculiar bunch, but they remain enraptured by his words all the same. A pair of brothers, arms covered in burns and whip marks, who are running from something closer to a butcher shop than a home. A malnourished woman in her late 20s with dull, sunken eyes and hair cut shorter than any boy's, whose hands shake with the sharp pangs of withdrawal. A silver-haired man in his 40s, pulled in during a desperate escape made necessary by writing about issues many would prefer remain unpublished. And a mother nursing a baby, who refuses to say a word about her past.
Have you downloaded Build 0.5.1? It tells you the stats you need to accumulate for each project. Damn it. This sucks. I have to do the R&D project first. Did I just screw up everything? Oh boy, this ain't good. Anyway. All of them, every one of these outcasts, listen to the dragon's good news about the hotel's mission as they feast. Time often flows in circles. Just a century ago, this same scene played out. A preacher singing praises about the hotel to guests dreaming of a permanent home. Much like tonight, their throats had twisted into knots and their chests had constricted. The grace they felt was so great it became unforgivable. Back then, they were given a future. But it was taken again by Clement and his madness, and all who pledged to accomplish the hotel's mission were lost. That won't happen again, however. Tonight, when they look at you in Asterion, masters of this land,
There is a dew in their eyes and a vow of silence upon their lips. Not a single word is needed. These sailors see the captains of their ship. Aw, happy Coda in the background. In the lounge, the guests slouch in their seats. The sounds of cutlery and laughter fill the room. There are no conspicuous glances towards your partner, although some guests have taken to greeting you in Asterion with a warmth so contagious it kindles the hearth's flame. This is the hotel's new normal. Tonight, Asterion makes firm brushstrokes on his tablet. His eyes pore over the screen, shifting away only when he cannot contain a giggle. You let him enjoy the moment, whatever it is he is doing. Meanwhile, you entertain yourself with watching the crowd. The kobolds are huddled together in a corner of the lounge, watching as Coda takes meals to the guests. When one of them catches you looking their way, he jumps back and frightens the others. They scurry out of the lounge, but only for a brief while. Not 10 minutes later, however, the timid vagabonds return, and this time, they're here to stay. You look away and leave them be, but as the night progresses, you catch them approaching the counter. They pick up on Coda taking meals to the guests, like children imitating an esteemed adult. Do the same. Napkins, salt shakers, cutlery, even candy from the bowl behind the bar counter is snatched up and handed out with artless insistence to the guests. The chubby one approaches with a couple of pair of spoons and gives them a pouting frown until they make their best attempt at eating their main course with the proffered utensils. The darker kobold makes sure that everyone has a clean napkin, while the lighter one struggles with the notion that coffee-flavored candy, disgusting, that heaven-sent blessing bestowed only upon the most worthy, is an inadequate appetizer. In-story Dirk does not have the same opinions as I do. Oh, there he is. In due time, you too are graced with a spoon and expected to use it, despite not yet having a meal. How do you accept this gift? I'll go with grateful. As much as your sitting position will allow, you bow down to the kind server, which is met with an austere nod from the lizard. You do note, however, that the kobold was holding the spoon by the wrong end. And there's no telling when he last washed his hands. You pretend to stir your water with it. He cannot uncover your charade. He's too short to see what is happening on the table. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. The little lizard puffs up his chest, as though he could swallow your words and grow fat on praise alone. Oh, what a grateful little fellow. Recognition, nay, honor, shall be his. I slap the mic. May I ask your name? Eep. He recoils and cowers before looking inward to the core of his soul for the strength to face your inquiry. He takes a step forward and makes the truth of his being known to thee. Gruggy. Aw, Gruggy.
Super chat.
And thanks, Perpy. Gruggy, Perpy. Kinda rhymes. Oh, Perpy, how sweet of you. You donated $2, saying, how long have you been streaming? I just got here. We've just been streaming for over an hour now. And most of it is kind of repeating the same day and just getting tasks done. So you haven't missed out too much story-wise. So, yeah.
Sorry if I'm not looking at the camera. I need to work on that. And I'm slapping the dang table and making you shake, people. I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm making the table shake. Anyway, let's keep going. Oh, Gruggy. Now that's quite a name. It's strong and firm, like a warrior's. It is quite befitting of an honorable knight. It portrays a wealth and wisdom within you. What one would expect of a fine scholar, or truly fitting for a handsome fellow such as you. I'd say strong and firm. Why the heck not? Gruggy beams at your stream of compliments. What a pleasure it is to have one's talents recognized. Now, if you'd be so kind, could you tell me your friends' names?
They are Zepeto and Nono. Or Nano. They're my brothers.
Aw, Gruggy is so adorable. I see. All of you do share the same fierce look. There's no doubt about it. Mighty blood flows in your lineage. What did you say so, Asterion? The Minotaur is too focused on the internet's unfathomable wisdom to respond. Well, as you may have guessed, my buddy is called Asterion, and I'm Dirk, the Red Panda. It's nice to make your acquaintance, Gruggy. Allow me to show you a magic trick as just reward for your efforts. It's called putting Skittles in my mouth. I kid. Oh God! You cup your hands together and hum the song Asterion taught you. The hotel groans ever so slightly as you issue your command. Let your hands overflow with wealth. Wait, are we singing this command? Oh, I think we're supposed to hum it. Shoot, I'm doing it wrong! Your sorcery is too great for the little lizard's mind. He shields his eyes from your grace and cowers. When the lights return, your hands are overflowing with riches. 7 opals, 6 rubies, 5 chunks of super chat. Oh, thanks again, Perpy. $5, saying, can I ask for a favor? Can you Harry Potter is a myth 3 times? I've been grinding for 2 hours on a game. What is this? I am so confused by your request. Am I supposed to say it's a myth 3 times? Oh God, zombie Skittles would kill me. Sour Skittles are as harmful as is. But you return with riches. 7 opals, 6 rubies, 5 chunks of lapis lazuli, 4 sapphires, 3 emeralds, 2 jade stones, and 1 diamond. All on a bed of lesser metals. So it is true, then. Sorcerers do exist, and their kind souls appreciate the servitude of even a lowly kobold. Gruggy is now witness to the Minoan mystery. He swipes away the worthless crystals and pockets instead the true treasures, the copper, iron, bronze, and forever valuable pyrite. Can you say Harry Potter's a myth 3 times? Oh, you're crazy. And then he runs off, leaving behind only the pitter-patter of his grubby feet and the pile of gemstones in your hand. And what am I going to do with these now? Oh, well. You hum and summon a glass cup when you put your crystals. It will make a nice decoration for this table.
Super chat.
Perpy, you didn't have to donate money to say it again. But thank you again, though. I appreciate the generosity. $2 from Perpy saying, I meant say Harry Potter is a myth 3 times.
I hope I don't summon J.K. Rowling. Ugh. Not a good person. Anyway. Harry Potter is a myth. Harry Potter is a myth. Harry Potter is a myth. What is happening? Nah, nothing's happening. Instead, I just pick up my glass and drink from it. Boy, am I thirsty. It will make for a nice decoration for this table. Oh, by the 12, you have grown quite familiar with your powers and duties. You taught me well. Only the powers, the duties and the hotel's mission, those you have cultivated yourself. Oh, what can I say? I enjoy it. Giving a home to those who are lost is a worthwhile goal. You, of course, are chief among them. By this armband and by my honor, I'll make sure no villain will bring harm to my partner. The Minotaur takes one of the crystals, a lapis lazuli. That just sounds like a Harry Potter thing. The lapis lazuli. And examines its surface. Oh, such a honey tongue. You are only saying this to bring my guard down. As soon as you have the chance, you will strike. But as we've discussed, I don't have it in me to do so. Besides, what could I stand to gain? Don't I have enough precious gemstones as is? Then it must be knowledge you seek. You'll demand that I must deliver unto you all the secrets of the gods. If only. I'm afraid I have little interest in meddling with the Olympians. I have no desire to go to the Olympic Games. I've had more than enough already. Are you sure? Are there no questions stuck in your throat? Perhaps about, let us say, life after death? You do have a point. It's only human to be curious, especially about that. Indeed. Well, what can I say? The realm of Hades. Wait, you're just giving out your divine secrets just like that? Wasn't I supposed to gain your trust and bring your guard down first? Perhaps you already have. At long last, my honey tongue brings me blessings. By all means, proceed. The realm of Hades was quite enjoyable, my lord. Forgive me, Dirk. It is just that, thinking back to Hades gave me a chest of faint ache. I cannot help but speak with all my reverence. The Christians must think of Hades like a hell of fire and brimstone. But that is not the case. At least not as far as I witnessed in what little I saw of it. The heroic and righteous were granted a place in the Elysian fields, an island where they could enjoy an existence without toil and blessed with all sorts of graces. Most mortals were sent to the asphodel meadows, as was I, seeing as I had little to no heroic qualities. There we existed in much the same way we lived, although I took the chance to reinvent myself. I spent more than 3 years in Hades. In that little time, however, I climbed all the way from Border Patrol to serving under Lord Hades and Lady Persephone in the Royal Guard. Lord Hades would often call for me to serve as his sparring partner. We had many sparring fights. That's how I learned the chonic. tonic fighting style. He was a somber god, a soft-spoken man, tasked with a heavy burden, but he was never unfair or unkind, as he led by example first and foremost. The living had no liking for him, but among the dead he was a cherished monarch. And Lady Persephone, the underworld's joy, was worshipped for all the gifts she provided to the living.
Oh, I see. Were you ever treated differently for being a Minotaur?
Oh, the answer to that question may surprise you, my lord. Doctors hate me for it. I mean, Persephone... Sorry, Dirk. For a moment there. Oh, I felt so young. In my case, to answer your question, Lord Hades had quite a liking towards some of my ancestors. Some would even joke that he favoured me because of my bullish features. I cannot know if he ever did in truth, but regardless, I enjoyed my time in his service.
I see. That's not how most people would imagine Hades being like.
Any new experience can seem quite frightful and daunting. For the living, death is the newest and most unknown. It makes sense to fear it, even if it is not so much to fear.
That's true. I suppose it's comforting in a way, knowing what the great beyond would be like.
Ah, I am not sure that it will be the same experience for you, Dirk. I was told that different people go to different realms, depending on who they worshipped in life.
Uh-oh. I'm doomed! Huh. And what happens to those who are agnostic or atheist?
I do not know. The specifics weren't ever laid out in full to me, or anyone I knew. It was not exactly relevant to us.
Whew. I see. Well, that's already a lot more than I have ever expected to know about the afterlife. I'm glad you shared that all with me. You're quite talkative tonight.
Am I? I was reminiscing just now while reading, which must have loosened my tongue a little. Would you believe I found a number of old texts in ancient Greek? These new languages are tricky for me. Meanwhile, reading ancient Greek is quite comforting. I cannot find anything in Minoan, however. It is a pity.
As far as I know, the Minoan language was lost ages ago. It'd be extremely difficult to find any surviving text, or anyone who would know how to read it in the first place.
But I am here. I still remember it. Master Dirk, please sate my curiosity. The internet allows for things to be sent, correct? Is there a way for me to send in my language? Google, please accept my Minoan language, please.
I'm afraid that it's not really how it works. We don't have translation magic outside. We can't just send a whole language over. Siri, send over the Minoan language, please. But if you still remember it well enough, you could try writing it down. Grammar, syntax, vocabulary. Tell others how to read it. I'm sure we could get it out there later. There's a lot of people who would be grateful to have the Minoan language decoded.
Huh. The Minotaur looks down to the tablet and flicks his ears.
The screen shows a growing library of ebooks.
That would be quite enjoyable. Long has it been since I have given much thought to my native tongue. I could even try to recall my own poems. I wrote a few of them in Minoan. You write poetry? I used to. A bit here and there over the centuries, as the muses inspired. Nothing significant, however. Hey, don't undersell yourself. Knowing you, I'm sure they must be good. If you remember any, do you think you could let me read them? Moo. Oh, he's adorable! Is that a no? Oh, he's so sweet. No. No, I mean, no, it isn't a no. So many were just extemporaneous as the muses moved. It never even occurred to me to write most of them down, or to save them when I did. If I recall any poems, I suppose allowing you to read them would be acceptable. But my duties to the hotel came first. I should not allow this to become a distraction. Well, you can do it during your time off. Or if there's a gap in the schedule where we don't need you down the bedrock. How about that? Well, very well. When I am not required for research, instead, I'll work on this. That said, I hope you don't intend on giving me time off just to appease this silly diversion, Dirk. If you do, then Kota and Luke will have to carry my burden. Me giving you time off? Oh, I'd never. My job is making you work, isn't it? In the name of our mission, of course. He looks at you, examining your every feature. The jollity and ease of your bearing. The ancient in your voice. The accent in your tone of voice. The signs and the assurances of kidding around. The curiosity in your eyes. The crescent of your smile. And the armband, too. He sees you. In the name of our mission. Aww, this is so cute. You can now work on Asterian's project. You can select this activity in the daily agenda screen when Asterion is not busy with the R&D team. Score! Alright. We're going to take a quick break at this point. 1:30... well, I can't speak. 1:23:40. We're taking a break now. I could probably screw this back in, but oh my goodness, I'm so lazy with setting this up. And I have to like reattach like one or two things that kind of fell out, which I just knocked out. Oh, come here, little pretties. Oh god, I hope there were only two pieces. I am really a klutz today. Alright, so these are all the pieces. One, two. Just gonna double check something there. Careful. Careful, Dirk. Careful. This is more so of a break of just me resetting things as opposed to actually, like, taking a full-on water break. But yeah, how y'all liking it?
I think I already updated it. Whatever. Why I play Asterion. Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing Asterions. So I'm going to try this out. How easy is this to screw back in? Midstream. Do I just yoink? That's okay. I made it do popping noises. Probably not a good thing to do midstream. Well, I could technically do that. That technically works. Oh, goodness. My ideas are so good. There's... Oh, it actually wasn't that hard. I'm just gonna screw it in loosely for now. And just have y'all chill right there as I just hang out and read the chat. What have I missed? Yes, the pecs. I order you to make a love worship room. Oh my goodness. Now we've gone off the deep end. Oh, and Light is here. Just as Perpy was looking for him. It's a mic! It's a microphone, I swear! You people. Oh goodness, now I'm gonna just knock this mic all over the place. Yeah. Oh no. Oh goodness. Oh dear goodness me. There we go. Much better. Now you can hear me from a distance. It's me, Perpy. Not again. Just so you know, you can't complete Asterion project and recruit one of the new guests. There are 9 scenes just for it. Are you saying that I can, but I won't be able to complete this in one sitting? Or that it's, like, not in this update? Your mic was driving me crazy. I'm sorry, I was screwing it back in. Was it an issue when I was, like, holding it and talking? Or just when I was screwing it in? Because, yeah, I wouldn't, like, do that all the time. This just probably during a break just to hold it there. Or just kind of place it in a easy slot. But, yeah. You are hardcore than me, it seems, Trinix. I have save files with all guests and all backgrounds. My favorite is Themba. Interesting. Oh, if you want to do complete Asterion project, you can't do anything else. I mean, I do want to do Asterian's project. Like, I think that'll be the first thing I kind of start chasing after. Okay, you weren't. Oh, I wasn't hearing much mic fumble when you were holding it, so it seemed fine. Oh, thanks. Oh, is it Blazed? Is it Blacide? I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name, but okay, that's good. I was just more so worried when I was screwing it back in because I was like a lot of tinkering. I think Nanoff's the creator. Anyway, I'm not playing the music if anybody's curious because of copyright claims. I don't know why it gets copyright claimed, but we are better safe than sorry. Blazed. The eye gets me. It's like it just throws me off. All right. You can do bits of it, but I recommend to complete the mission to recruit one of the new guests instead. So... Wait, which mission? Shoot. Are we talking about Luke's mission? Like, project mission or what?
super chat.
Aw, thanks, Perpy. $2 again, saying, Dirk, are you ever going to play Temptation's Ballad? I'm not sure if I will. I feel like I'm a bit behind on the 8 ball with that, and I know that I'm not sure if their channel is Vivian Jade now. Used to be Deckerlink. I'm just gonna double check on that, but yeah. I know Vivian Jade or yeah, it's Vivian Jade. Vivian Jade is doing it on their channel, so oh, that's so cool. They're doing a sketch thing. And yeah, they have a full list of Temptations Ballad as like their second playlist, so highly recommend their channel. So yeah, I would love to play it if I had all the time in the world, but I gotta catch up with this. I gotta catch up with Cilio. Gotta catch up with Socially Awkward and One Far Beyond the World updates, etc., etc. I looked at my playlist of active VNs. I have 10. Isn't that crazy? I have 10 active VNs right now. I'm not playing it because it's... Or I'm not... I'm...
Super chat.
Thanks, Burpee. $2 more, Burpee saying, are you not playing it because it's too lewd? No, it's not that. I just don't... I just have a lot on my plate. That's why. Like I said, if I had more time, energy, effort, etc., not working on my own VN too, that's another thing, I would be considering it. Yeah. Anyway, the poll for that Cilio route choice is gonna come out not today, tomorrow, Friday. It's gonna come out Friday. So if anybody's curious for that, be prepared for that. It's gonna be a YouTube poll, and so that'll be like maybe a couple of days while I play like Socially Awkward or finish out Socially Awkward, just so we can save room for Cilio and then hop back and forth between that and Minnow. Yeah, I still need to start reading Echo. I read it so long ago, but I haven't finished Jenna's route. Or even Flynn's, technically. I just got lazy. Anyway, I'm gonna continue, so let's get this thing going. I said I was going to resume, but I am not, because I am taking forever to unscrew my mic. Let's continue. At 1:33:45. Boy, am I great at resuming. Yeah, I do love it too. But let's continue on with Minotaur Hotel, shall we? No, I'm talking about a new guest. You don't have the mission yet. Okay. So now we are deciding whether or not we should let Asterion take the day off or if we should keep hanging out with Luke. Yes, you do, but this one is specific needs to do their recruitment mission. Okay, so I'm gonna need the help of the chat with this confusion because I'm not sure if we are gonna send Luke to R&D, move Coda to the Explore team, and then dismiss Asterion. This is what I am thinking is going to happen. So, I got a yes in the comments. And I'm not sure what that's for. But, yeah. You won Luke to explore team because he has surveying. Yeah, I guess for raw materials, I was just thinking about memorabilia. Let's try that then. Let's switch around Coda and Luke. What? What? Did I just drag? I could drag them over? Oh my goodness, I didn't know you could do that in REMP. Holy crap. This is... Oh no. This is a huge step in REMP history. Finish Luke's first, then start Asterion. Okay, so if we do it for Luke, we get some stat boosting, but yeah, Asterion's is going to take a while. Okay. No love interest, but lots of story plot. Reference from Smoke Room and reference from Echo 99 and that rat doper guy in Arches. You mean Duke the he's a weasel, I think. I think he's a weasel. That's why Jenna Root is canon. Oh my goodness, you people. So... this is tough. I think I'm going to bring him back here. We're going to switch him and bring Luke out. We're going to just have this. We're just going to make Luke do more time off. Why the heck not? Let's give staff time off. Luke gets your time off, buddy. All right, let's continue with our routine plan of getting to know Luke better. Ready? Let's go. Maybe I should have saved first. I've spent 3 days just not saving. Because I am... Whoa. Wait. Oh, Coda's running the lounge. I was like, wait a minute. Why is Coda here? Did I choose the Coda route? Okay, now. Here we go. Let's confirm the plan. Alright, you meet up with Luke to waste some time together. We talked a bit about your family's reaction, but I'm still curious. How did you figure out you were gay?
Oh, that is a tough one now. Lots of men from that time never did. Or they only got a clue after settling down with a lady and then went around jumping the fence. I was a bit odd, at least compared to that. Griffins take a little more time to mature sexually, so I had plenty of time to think about it. You may not believe it, but I didn't struggle all that much with it. Didn't explore neither. It was just so out of my reality. For the longest time, I only had crushes on my friends and buddies. They were all straight, but I still had a blast just being there, enjoying the moment. I love male company, jerk. Even just being friends. I only got the courage to lose my virginity in my 30s. Can you believe it?
Me still in my 20s, not lost my virginity. You're kidding.
Nope. Took me a while to put all the pieces together. But even as a kid, I figured out I didn't like girls that way. And when I did have sex for the first time, it was with my first boyfriend, too.
Oh. Huh.
What? What is it?
Considering how forward you are, I was expecting something spicier, that's all.
Oh, if you want spice, I can get that for you, partner.
I'm slapping Luke from the screen. No, thank you. But I am curious. When did you...
Oh, you know, things change. Other guys back then struggled to be in a relationship with another man. So I didn't have much time or much luck in my love life. Time went on and, sex is good, even if you don't got feelings for the guy. And it helps keep the mind busy. I sometimes overthink stuff,
Huh. Okay, I suppose.
Aw.
Luke becomes terse. You try to cheer him up for a while, then allow the man his privacy.
Let's check in on the R&D team.
Your R&D team made some progress, but no project was completed. Let's check in on the exploration team.
Looks like your team found something.
You obtained a clay tablet revealing an ominous fate. You can read it by opening the files in the menu. Well past midnight, life raged on in the realm in the labyrinth. The dragon from the east proceeded with his investigation, asking the guests about travelers such as himself. When the inevitable answer came, however, not a pang of sorrow touched his heart. Had the search itself become pleasant after so many years? And the American Griffin, looking so badass with his telescope and all, once so eager to partake in regretful escapades, couldn't resist the allure of the stars. One star at a time, he grasped the colossal universe in the palm of his hand. Meanwhile, the kobolds give in to the peace of mind's healing slumber of a home found after who knows how long in the bone-chilling underground. As for our good lords, pristine-horned Asterion and diamond-granting Dirk, tonight they deliver themselves to smaller pleasures. Fine wine summoned and enjoyed, delicate poems written and recited, and all of mankind's comforting inventions at their fingertips. And as the pair watch a movie, side by side on their leather sofa, those fingers do fidget. One's clumsy digits, tense arms, even their stirring legs. Doesn't a man's body all feel inadequate in the presence of someone who awakens once cold embers? Oh shit! He's like, what the fuck did I just do? Well, into the night, by happenstance, their fingertips graze on each other. Oh my goodness! Oh no! And their hearts both skip a beat. But nothing is said. Silence, and the choice to believe it mere chance, is made sweeter for hummingbirds fluttering behind one's head for a drink. Oh, whew. Oh, goodness. Oh, no, I thought they were going to hold hands. Oh, whew, it's been so spicy. All right, so supposedly this should be our 5th day with Luke then, so it seems like... Oh, no, we got to bring the sensors now. Are we going to get some hand-holding in the stream later on? Oh, no, oh, no, oh, no. Here we go. One more day. I think we're going to keep things the same and confirm our plan for day number 5 of Chapter 14. I agree, Arrow. It is something that is completely unethical and does not promote a safe familial relationship. Let's confirm our plan. You seemed a bit preoccupied last time we had one of these talks, Luke. Are you feeling better?
Was I? Oh, yeah. We talked a bit about my first boyfriend. I think then we drifted off. Sorry about going quiet. It's just those old topics bring up some memories.
Were things complicated with your first boyfriend?
No, that ain't it. I was just thinking about how people change. Sometimes I look back at who I used to be, before and after the war. Before and after my brothers started dying. I told you my brothers didn't like me quitting the army, didn't I? We were a big family, and most of them remained in the military. Griffins, we're tough folk. Real hard killing us, unless you know exactly how. There's this old legend about this one guy, Heracles, who had to kill a magic lion. He couldn't stab it, his skin was too tough, so he strangled it instead. We don't really know the details, but us griffins descend from that lion. Some of us have the same strength it did, and the same weakness. I love getting choked, if you know what I mean. My family is hardy, and among my brothers, I was the toughest. They didn't have as much of that magic juice as I did, which is why they thought I should keep on fighting for the country.
Oh my goodness, Jin. Oh my goodness. No, stop it, Jin. Oh no. Oh god. Jeez, keep that to yourself, Jin. Whew. This is supposed to be a safe channel. Jeez, he's so lewd. I might have to mute that comment.
Anyway, well, people change. I sure did during the war, but I suppose most of my brothers didn't. They struggled a lot with keeping up with the times. They kept on fighting, and seeing as they didn't have the same blood as I do, they kept on dying. Even for those who quit the fight, things sometimes ended just the same. Pa died in an accident, and well, I kept on changing with the times. And when we were talking last time, I felt like a snake had bit me out of nowhere, you know? Just when did I change so much? I looked back and I couldn't recognize myself anymore. I guess it all goes back to what happened with Peter. I think I mentioned him before. He and I were best friends since, well, always. He was my idol. Cool as can be. Always knew the right thing to do. A war hero far better than I could ever be. Sharpest person I ever met, too. After the war, we kept on working together no matter what. We could do anything together.
What happened to him?
Well, we both applied to the same position, and only one of us could get it. I got rejected after the written exam while he didn't. I was so proud of him. It was our dream job. I was just happy one of us made it. A while after I quit, he got in a work accident and died.
I'm sorry.
No reason to be sorry. You didn't do nothing wrong. Guess it's just how it goes. We all die sometime. So might as well get out of the way doing what you love and at the peak of your glory.
God, that's so depressing.
I don't know what I'd be doing if I hadn't found this place. By now, I'd probably be rotting away at home after going on a binge or two. I was going through some rough shit when I got pulled, you know. But the routine here keeps me busy. And the company is... Y'all are fine people. Even Coda. Let me tell you, back when I joined up, I was afraid for real. Thought for a second I died and this was my afterlife. Or that you were some sort of soul-stealing demon. But this place has an air to it. Sometimes when I'm alone, I can almost swear there are people around me. I mean, not the spooky kind, though. More like they're just hanging around, all quiet but in tune with me. Like buddies in a bar. Most nights I sleep like a log, too. I haven't had that for some 40 years. Lately, I dream about Peter, too. I don't know if you ever dreamt of a loved one who's passed on, but I heard his voice again. Saw his face. He said he was doing fine on the other side. I didn't have the guts to tell him what my life's currently like. But maybe he knew already. Thanks for giving me a chance. I know I'm gross, but...
Aw. You gave Luke a big hug. Luke's memento and surveying stats both went up by 1. Aww. Let's check in on the R&D team. The R&D team made some progress, but no project was completed. Let's check in on the exploration team. Looks like your team found something. You found an old page torn off from a book. A small memento of Asterian's past. You could read it by opening the files in the menu. Folded note. Okay, this one ain't that long, so I'm gonna read it. An epigram written to a wordy, forward, active, and mercurial former master. When asking Asterion about the note, he sadly explains that he recalls having said the last line after not being able to keep up with the matter and the master, which delighted him. He demanded a poem out of it. Stop, please, O Lord of mine. Fast speaker, mover bold. Deft organizer, slow. I listen far too fast. So this one was Rick, a very fast talker, I'm guessing. Like, I'm assuming he also had a lot of demands. Okay. Anyway. After your daily tasks are done, you return to the lounge to enjoy a moment of rest. You scroll through your phone while waiting for Kota to come in and take your order. 10 minutes pass in the rigmarole of Kota's glacial politesse? What? You're well aware of the Eastern Dragon's tendency to take the time to introduce himself, to have short, courteous conversations with each and every guest. To do all he can do to ensure they all have a most relaxing and rejuvenating experience. But the fact of the matter remains that he also has to work in the kitchen. Delays are unfortunate, but inevitable, now that you're receiving more people. However, it still takes much longer than your worst estimate to be served. You read the news to pass the time. New series of GPUs were announced by 2 competing manufacturers while you've been at the hotel. And Greta has been destroying the world. You wonder if supply and sculptor issues could be solved using the hotel to replicate them, if given access to a sample. You get lost in your thoughts while making conjectures. You look up from your phone and search around for the ever-genteel dragon.
The quickest of glances reveals no one drifting from table to table to welcome each guest. The warm, gentle pitter-patter of both his feet and his voice is conspicuous for its absence. Kota is nowhere to be seen. Is something wrong? You get up to go check in the kitchen, but as soon as you do, you bump, and most quite literally so, into something most unexpected. Ah! They're so cute! Ah! They got little suits on! Ah! He's got his hands up like... Eek. Oh, he's just too funny! Ah, this is adorable. Ah! Two of the kobolds are cowering next to your legs, barely noticeable under the table. Their usual rags are gone, replaced by miniature waiter outfits. God, they're so cute in them. Their shirts are made of a delicate linen. The vest is tailored to their every measurement, and their bow ties and burgundy aprons are crisp and fresh. One of the kobolds jumps backwards to bolt, but the darker one yanks his companion by the now crumpled collar. With his other hand, he pokes you with a piece of paper until you take it.
No, Zepito! First, you get the customer's attention, and then you write their order.
Kota yanks the notebook from the kobold's grasp.
And would it hurt to say hello or greetings, like I just spent the morning teaching you?
The doe-eyed darlings look downward, dejected and ashamed, barely containing their tears. What a shameful display! They sniffle once, twice, and Kota already regrets raising his voice.
I'm sorry, little ones. I will handle the orders, so you two go serve table 6 their meals. You've been doing a fantastic job with that. Can you do that for me?
Oh, he's such a good role model. The dragon lays a comforting hand on either kobold's shoulder, and the gentle grace of his kind words reinvigorates the pair's enthusiasm. Oh, they scurry off towards the kitchen as Kota addresses you.
I am terribly sorry for the delay, Dirk. I thought they had the solid grasp on this task.
It's okay, Kota. I was really distracted. I should have noticed them.
I would prefer to greet and take the guest orders myself. It keeps the standards of our establishment high, you see. But at this rate, I don't think I can manage on my own.
So you convinced the kobolds to wait tables?
Ah, no, they asked for their own volition. These industrious little things seem to have taken a liking to me, and are very eager to help. That said, I do wish their enthusiasm translated to good manners and proper etiquette.
They were scrounging for scraps and wearing tattered clothes when they got here, Kota. One can assume they aren't familiar with aristocratic table manners. Be more patient with them. They seem to be doing their best.
Indeed they are. I'm sure they will learn the ropes sooner than later, and their help is very much appreciated.
Oh, the little one!
Gruggy, please. Table 6 is the other way.
Oh, as he turns, his shoulder spikes, rips another chunk of his dress shirt. Oh. Oops. You think the outfits were a good idea?
We'll figure out something eventually. It's better than them having to run around wearing rags and patchwork. Oh, where are my manners? What would you like me to get for you, Dirk?
Kota takes your order and returns to the kitchen. Then, from the hallway, you catch a familiar tune, a melodic clopping of hooves and chest-rumbling hum. Oh, your friend locks his gaze on you. Before approaching, he meanders about. He nods to the men sitting at the counter, waves to a pair of women snacking to the side, and bows to a family and their children. To you, he smiles, but even after sitting, he can't help but flick his ears and fidget his hooves. His open and closed listening expression can often register to some of the guests as blank or stony, but to you, he smiles. Is this not an invitation? You raise your eyebrows and he giggles. You wait for him to speak and he merely snorts and listens back. Your petulant partner leaves you no choice but to take the bait. Seems like you're having a grand old time. Yes, sir. A fine day it had been. And what exactly had made it so fine, huh? The Minotaur rests his chin on a hand, then scratches his own ears, but his lips remain sealed. The prey shall not deliver itself. The hunter must give chase. Hunter, chase, hunter. Oh, kill me. Do I need to guess? Perhaps, if you wish to know at all. Oh, by the gods. One night you gave rights to a man, and not a week passes before he learns to keep secrets. Oh, tell me, what stops me from ordering you to say it? Yourself only. Pardon the impertinence, but a master you may be, yet leadership you possess more than mastery itself. To be a leader or master, the distance between the two is greater than the widest sea. At last you gave me some credit. Now to guess what secret it is you're keeping. You ruminate on all that's happened so far. All the good and all the bad. What could leave Asteron in such a state? Could it be something related to Argos? Has the rascal tried and failed to come up with another of his schemes? But you aren't given the chance to consider further. The Minotaur gets antsy and gives in. Let's not tarry. Hear it then. I just had a conversation with a few guests, and they wish to join us as staff. Oh? That's great news! This hotel, magic or not, is way too big for the four of us to tend to alone. Indeed. We will need many more people in our family if we are going to fully realize our mission. And the ones who approached me about it seem like fine folk. I have a good feeling about them. Now, Dirk, do you? Would you consent to it? To expanding our staff? Let's see. If memory serves, haven't we become partners in managing this fine establishment? Isn't that correct? Indeed. Then you have as much decision-making power as I do. If your judgment tells you those are good people, then I'll trust you. I consent to it, but going forward, let's establish that you're in charge of hiring. You are too kind. In that case, could I suggest or ask? You nod even before he has a chance to finish. We should hold a seminar to welcome and instruct our new staff, don't you think so? You smile, and that says more than any oracle ever did. Aww. Perfect. The next morning, I take a sip of water and spill some of it because I am a klutz. Holy crap, reading makes me thirsty. The next morning, you and Asterion sit by the sidelines as Luke and Coda take the stage to speak of their experiences so far. Your guests, now cherished staff members, drink in every word, their eyes glimmering like stars after a light rain. Not a week ago they had arrived in unwashed clothes, owning only what they could carry. Or not even that. Today, however, they witness the Minotaur's mysteries. Everyone learns how to hum the realm to wakefulness, and command it to realize minor miracles. They learn, too, that the hotel's greatness comes from its mission, and at the cost of hard work, dedication, and humanity. They learn much, but on the topic of Asterion's past, they are told only the one central point. He is the co-worker and co-owner alongside you. All else is for him to share if and when he pleases. Ah, look at this, man. Yes, he made me thirsty, Jason. Asterion's tail swishes and grazes against your leg. His eyes have a fine dew to them as he swallows the lump in his throat. They have a home now. The hotel is fulfilling its purpose. Asterion nods and his ears flutter, as though they are overtaken by song. You put a hand over your friend's shoulder and bring him closer to you. Your arm around his lower back, lead brushing against his shirt. He lifts his own like the sun at dawn, shy over the horizon, until his warmth drapes over your shoulders in return. But a distance remains between your hips. A shy hesitance takes over the both of you. To be close, yet far too distant. Should your fingers graze his fur? Should he further rest the weight of his arm over yours? Perfection does not exist in such matters. One could grip the other's shirt, crash hips together, graze 3 fingers over the other's spine, and none would be any the wiser were they to laugh it off. Just as fair would it be for both to look away with flushed cheeks as hummingbirds peck their scalps. But banish these thoughts, enjoy the warm softness of his fur, the coarseness of his hands and thick knuckles, and the weight of his arm. He enjoys in turn the kindness of your touch, as it supports and props up his spine, and the mercy you have extended to him, the hotel and its guests. And yet, more than your goodness, he cherishes the brotherhood of a man who has taken so well to his mission. But the moment ends too soon. Kota and Luke beckon for one of the co-owners to take over and continue with the seminar. With the tips of your fingers, you push Asterion forward. He does not budge until it crosses his mind that this may be in order. Yet, his first step only comes when he knows it is not. The Minotaur takes the stage once more, and this time he shows no fear. As it was said, my name is Asterion, and I am this hotel's... He clasps his hands together, as though grasping the smallest diamond while all the time and memory swells forth. All the impossible fantasies one nurses when about to fall asleep, all the extravagant dreams one never mentions, all that can never be admitted comes true. His chest swells and his voice, even if hitched, booms. So cute! My name is Asterion, and I am the hotel's co-owner, alongside my partner, Dirk.
Oh, this is so sweet.
And now we go back to the hinterlands.
The bull and I set off. Thump, 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 thump. I drove down on the roads by the cliff walls, passing by each of the decaying villages on our way up the hinterlands. I could never stomach their names. Bloody Goat, Skin Taper, and the Crown Jewel, Drown Taper. The boy asked half a dozen more questions about the charm. I asked just enough of them to keep him happy about him running his mouth off. He did ask one question that mattered, though.
Where are we going, sir?
We're visiting a family friend. She's the one who gave me the tip about a Minotaur at the bottom of the valley. Her name's Nini, and she's about 100 years old. Paralyzed from the waist down because of some accident, then bedridden after she got a bad case of Parkinson's. 7 strokes, diabetes, high blood pressure, and on top of all that, she lives off of candy and table salt.
This is horrible.
Nothing can kill her. Except loss. A while ago, her dog died. Ran over by a car. And that almost got her. So, if you catch my meaning, Nanny is a very sensitive and kind old lady. Treat her with respect.
Aye. I could do that, if she gives me the same kindness.
If anything, she'll give you too much of it, as long as we don't get her angry. When we arrived at Drown Taper, it was about 8 p.m. We didn't have much time left before she went to bed. Her house was near the graveyard at the edge of town. I clapped and called out at the front door until Nini's granddaughters took us in. We were told to walk carefully. There were lines of salt across each doorway and bowls of it on the shelves and table, upon which burned sweet scented candles. The paint on the walls was peeling and flaking. The furniture, all of it, was covered by thick plastic sheets. There were half a dozen young women around the dining table. All of them had their gazes locked onto the flat screen TV playing an old, grainy soap opera. From a door off to the side came a voice I knew too well. Sweeter than cane sugar and more nauseating as well.
Oh, by the heavens! Is that an angel I'm seeing?
Oh dear goodness. That is terrifying. I thought Greta was terrifying. Oh dear Lord. It was directed at Storm. He and I entered the room. Oh wait, that's supposed to be in her that's supposed to be in his voice. Pretend I said that in P's voice, got it? Excuse me?
Yes, an angel. Could you be one?
Oh, yes,
Oh, yes, that's it. Our Lord and Savior sent a big, handsome angel to take me away with style.
Oh, God, that face is terrifying.
I knew it. God exists and He knows what I like. Yes, sirree. Thank you, Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, too. for sending me such a fine gentleman.
Oh my god, Storm is just absolutely just haunted by this.
What brings you here, cutie? Is there something my granddaughters can get for you? Anything at all?
Ma'am, I'm sorry, but I think you must be mixing me up with someone else. I'm ugly as sin. Johnny Sins.
No, sir, you're something else. A seraphim. Oh, an archangel. My very own revelation.
Oh, wow. Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, it's nothing, dearie. Always a pleasure having a guest so handsome and polite.
Oh, and you.
Yes, it's a pleasure seeing you too. Likewise, Birdie. Pity it's only been a few hours. I'd hope it'd take you longer to find him.
Did you now?
It's almost my bedtime, you silly sparrow, and I'm just so hungry, too.
Your grandkids have plenty of food back there. Why don't you have a proper dinner?
But none of it's sweet.
I already given you all the candy I brought. Wasn't that enough?
No, sirree, I ate all of it already. Would it be too much if...
I'm not going out for more sweets. You said you'd answer my questions. So now... Oh my god, that is terrifying!
You're always so serious. I'm just pulling your feathers.
So, she knows you're...
Yeah, she does. She knows my grandfather. And together they search for the hotel I told you about.
Nini, this is Storm. He and I had a talk, and we struck a deal. He'll help me find this place.
So he's the boy I heard about. Oh, that Minotaur near the bottom of the valley?
Yes, for once in your life, the gossip was right.
And in exchange, you made a charm for him?
You could say that.
Yes, I see. The resemblance is uncanny. You're too young to have a kid his age. But otherwise, I bet a love serenade on him being your son.
What are you talking about? I've only met this guy today. We ain't related.
This guy?
Sorry, boss, sir.
That's better. To answer your question, it's because of the ritual we performed. We made your time by extending my oath to you. A contract with me, Mandy, as I explained before. The magic in your charm is similar to what's inside mine, and I use my feather to write your oath, so to speak. As long as you use that charm, you'll look somewhat similar to me. A bit younger, though. Everyone will take him for your brother. How old are you, young man?
I'm 21, ma'am.
And you, Birdie, are 29? 30. Oh, that could work as our cover story then. Well, we'll say he's my younger brother. But enough of all that. You were right the first time after all, as you told me you had another lead on the hotel. Ah, yes. Before I start, Let me introduce myself to the little flower. Now, Storm was it? Everyone around here calls me Nini, and you're welcome to do the same. And this sorry excuse for a gentleman, if he's following the example of his bird-brain grandfather, is P. Oh, Pee-Pee, back when he was a boy running all over the place.
That is still terrifying. She is terrifying.
His grandpappy used to bring him out here every now and then. I've known him for many years. So long before he became this boring and irritable. So his Gramp spent his whole life searching for a very unique place.
Aye, he told me about that. The Minotaur Hotel, right?
Yes, that's right. My little sugar plum. And I had the misfortune of being the one person he convinced to help him find it. He explained to me all he knew about the magic works. I didn't understand it then. But it's quite the privilege. A human being being shown these old mysteries, I mean.
Oh, I'm holding this thing sideways, damn.
Now, in all those years, I've learned a few things about you two should know. The stories of the old tales, they always keep repeating, yes. Each gentleman has a bit different. The details change, but the stories rhyme. They could skip a line here and there, but that just makes them return stronger. So, P's grandpapa spent every moment he could looking for this Minotaur's Hotel. And now here's his grandkid doing the exact same thing. When I heard gossip about you, a bull-headed boy hiding away in the depths of the valley, well, what could I think? Must be fate, that's what. History rhyming with itself. Yes, sirree. And I'm sure the two of you can crack this mystery. Now I promised the little birdie here that I have a fresh clue for him. So here's the deal. Grandpappy P and I left no stone unturned. We tried everything, but couldn't find that damned hotel. I'd already given up on it many years ago. But I had a dream last night, and I think that's fate. I dreamt of a mountain, its peak and the path up to it covered by fog thicker than night. Your grandpapa was with me, trying to climb it, but it was impossible to see a foot ahead. And then I saw them, all 12 of them, pale and thin like clouds. The ghosts of the 12 people your grandfather killed. He didn't kill no one. He wasn't even there when it happened. He snitched on them, and that's why they died in the first place. If it ain't murder, then you can call it whatever you want. It's just as bad. But listen now, my dreams show the solution to all this. The 12 Dead told me and your grandpappy, the path to the hotel will reveal itself when our remains are laid to rest. This has to be it, boys. Your grandpappy and I checked every godforsaken rock in the hole looking for that hotel. But nothing. Nada. Zilch. But that's because the place was shrouded by his bad karma. You need to clean up his mess first. Here's what you'll have to do first. Go to the Colonel's mansion and retrieve their mortal remains. Second, legend says there's a cross at the bottom of this lake by the dam. Down where old Skin Taper used to be, back before the flood. You need to get it. And finally, with that cross, give them a proper Christian burial where they died. Then, and only then, will the path forward reveal itself. Okay! That makes no sense. I don't think those two things are even related. And a mountain? Really? Ghosts? You know not every weird dream is a premonition. Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. You ungrateful son of a... Here I'm helping you, and you dare answer like that? Fuck yourself, you ungrateful shit! Just... Oh! Go away, Gigi! Gigi, take him out! Fine, we're going. Thanks for nothing. Nothing! I got you a Minotaur! There's more than your lousy bastard of a grandfather ever accomplished! Now go! See if I care! And good luck find your goddamn hotel!
He's having a Joker moment indeed. And that's how our meeting with Nini ended.
And that's how our meeting with Nini ended. We drove off and parked in the town's plaza. The lampost's harsh yellow light cut the night. A dull buzzing reached us from the clouds of bugs swarming the lights. I gathered my thoughts in every lead I had so far. Well, that was a waste of time.
I'm lost. Things seemed to be going well until they weren't.
That's just how Nini is. We're lucky she was strapped to the bed. Hell, she'd have thrown one of her candles at us.
So, did she give any decent clue on to where to find the hotel?
I don't know. All about her dream stank like bullshit to me. Plus, I didn't like her tone when she talked about my grandpa. I said what?
Oh my god, that was meant to be Storm. I'm reading it as Nini because it says Nini. Oops! That might be a typo. Is what she said true, though? Did he kill 12 people?
Not exactly. He wasn't a bad person, but he didn't have much of a choice, and that led to him getting involved with some bad people. The story was simple. Back in the 40s, my grandpa used to work as the foreman for a politician from these parts, who you might know as the Colonel. Again, he didn't have a choice. Back then, it was forbidden for a peacock to work any other kind of job. Not many people knew we existed, but those who did would pay us for their work. In turn, we were expected to be loyal to our employer alone. That's how peacocks made a living. But then everything went to shit. My grandpa's boss fell out of favor and made some enemies. Those people tried to get rid of Gramps to get back at his boss. He ran away and somehow found his way into this magic hotel. At least that's what he told me. There was a Minotaur there who paid him in diamonds. He was safe from all the messes going on around here. So we planned on staying a few years to save our money, and then, well, get together with his sweetheart and live however they please. But then, things went to shit. The hotel's owner went crazy and kicked everyone out. It happened so quick no one had time to retrieve their savings.
So, that's what you're looking for? Diamonds?
If his story's true, and they're still out there, sure. God knows I could use the money. But that's not what my inheritance is about. What he left me is something a little more unique. Back to the story, though. So my grandpa was thrown out and found himself back here. By then, Colonel was the boss again. Things weren't as peaceful as they used to be. The Colonel didn't want him doing the old the Colonel didn't want him doing plain old security. My grandpa became more like a grunt. A paid gun. And there was a whole other mess, too. There was a family with mythicals. That's what we're all called, mythicals. Anyway, they were from a native species of mythical. I heard they were tapirs who fed off dreams and nightmares. Dream eaters, they were called. I don't know the details, but long story short, they were trying to do some native right on their own. But it all got mixed up. The townsfolk thought they were Satan worshippers. And my grandpa got involved with that because he had no choice. Because he got kicked out of that hotel and didn't want to get gutted by his old employer. A few of those dream eaters managed to escape, but 12 died. That's what Nene was talking about when she said my grandpa killed him.
You think that's what you gotta solve?
The thing about their mortals' remains? Not sure. Violent deaths like that can create curses, which can linger on and do all sorts of evil. It might be worth a shot, even if I'm not sure that's the solution to my problem.
But the colonel died last week, sir. Rumor is his wife snuffed him out to get his inheritance. There's a whole lot going down over here, with the colonel's relatives showing up and out for refuge and revenge. Would it be smart sticking our noses in the middle of that?
Good to know. Anything else I should keep in mind?
Well, there's plenty of weirdness going on around these parts. Seen a thing or two myself. The deeper you go into the hinterlands, the worse it gets. If you're looking for any sort of magical thing, then I think we should look at the deepest parts of this place. There's no hotel here, but if you're looking for weirdness, that's where you should go.
Is that so? So you say you're used to seeing weirdness?
Not seeing, exactly, but I hear things from people who have.
Good to keep in mind. I might have to pick your brain before we go. Or for info as we go. For now, though, you're homeless, right?
Yeah.
You okay with staying with me? I booked a room at the inn, so you have a bed at least. It'd make it easier and quicker for us to start the day tomorrow.
Sure. That sounds better than sleeping on the ground.
Good. So, first things first. We're getting some food and then calling it a night. But you'll need to take a shower first. You stink.
Christ, you're a cunt.
Sure am. We drove off. Oh. That was a long chapter. 2.5 hours. Whew. I might just do one more chapter. Maybe two if they're really quick. But other than that, I'm probably just going to stop like here because I kind of want to get at like a halfway mark just so I can, you know, get it knocked out within the next one or two playthroughs. Anyway, let me get a sip of water first. And if you're all cool with it, I'm going to take a break now to refill my water. My water.
All right, I'm back. And there we go. Correct window. Perfect. All right, sorry about that. I just had to go to the bathroom and get my water. So, yeah, now I'm fully refreshed and ready to kick butt. Okay, an off-topic question first. While we're on break, which Eurovision was the first one you watched? Very good question. Good question. Somebody following my interests. First one. Ooh. Dang, that is a tough one. I'm trying to remember which decade I started out with. Was it the 80s? May have been. I'm trying to think of which order I went in. Because I remember going by decades that I watched them. Shoot. May have been 1981 possibly? Give or take, maybe 1981. The one where Bucks Fizz won with Making Your Mind Up? Maybe earlier than that. Jeez, I'm sorry. I'm like kind of blinking out. I remember watching the 70s and the 80s first. And then kind of leapfrogging back and forth between like the 90s and the 60s and then some of the thousands and then back to the 50s. I just kind of went all over the place. Like, I've watched them all kind of in retrospect. Like, I didn't watch them growing up or anything. Like, you know, I didn't really know about Eurovision until like 2019 or 2018. I think it may have been 81, if I really had to guess. Bucks Fizz was 81. Bardo was 1982 with One Step Further, which I make a reference in my visual novel. You heard it here. Bardo reference confirmed. But it will be in my next update. You'll see it, you'll cringe, and you'll thank me. Oh, I was the one that said that. No wonder. Oh, I remember ranting to you one time, Lied, about it, about like that 1980 contest because I was really salty about who was in that one once I watched the national song final because that ended in like a 3-way tie, and oh boy, I can go into like song contest histories for wow, that is my weird quirk, and I do not know how to incorporate that into my visual novel, and I'm trying to figure out how to do that without making it sound so convoluted or forced. I mean, we already have like Kenny's kind of path with that, but yeah, I'm trying to put it in naturally. But yeah, I just was watching something today, actually, a Swiss national song final for Eurovision in 1979. And there's this Italian song that just got really stuck in my head, and I just started lip syncing it and just pulled out the mic and was like totally lip syncing with it with this mic. And I was like, oof, this would be fun to make a cover or sample of. Ooh, other good questions. Speaking of Eurovision, I love the song Fairy Tale. Yeah, that one is that one is a bop, but in my opinion, it can be a bit overrated. But yeah, I mean, definitely deserved the win that year. But which song do you love the most? Oh god, that is a tough one to ask a Eurovision nut. Sometimes it really depends on the day. But if I had to really narrow one down for now, lately I've been kind of going for some older ones lately. Like there's one from 1972 from Ireland, actually. It's the only song in the contest that's ever been sung in Irish. The title is called Chill and Gra, the Music of Love. It's very catchy. Like that would be a good old time favorite, I'd have to say. But if I had to go for a more modern one right now, I'd probably say Voila. Like if I had to go with this last year's contest, Voila hands down. That one should have won, in my opinion. My conspiracy theory is every year that starts in a 1 for the Eurovision Song Contest, France got screwed over. I don't know if I would count 1961 or 71 in the matter, but from 81 onwards, they should have won in 1981 with their song. 1991, they got screwed over in a tiebreaker. 2001, they got fourth with a song that should have easily rolled over the other songs in that contest. Not too sure about 2011. Kind of forgot about that contest. And then 2021. Ooh, Molid Fa is a good one. Oh, from 2007. Ah, that's a good one from Serbia. Definitely love that one. That one is probably my favorite winner of the 2000s. 2000s? Let me just say I'm not the biggest fan of the 2000s. You'll see that in my writing with my novel, how I roast it. But yeah, there are some songs that from that time that shouldn't have won, and then songs that just went completely under the radar from that time. We do not talk about 2011 Eurovision. We do not talk about Running on Scare Tonight. In my opinion, the least or the most underwhelming winner. But Fuego, I think, should have won instead of Toy from 2018. If that's not really a hot take, honestly. But 2011 didn't happen, Jesus. But if anybody wants to talk about older Eurovision stuff too, along with newer stuff, I would love to talk about that and have like stuff in the chats and whatnot about that, or just a place to kind of shoot the shit about that, because there are Eurovision discords and stuff, but sometimes it's just kind of just taking newer pop songs or whatever and just kind of placing them into your own contests, which is fun, but it's a time commitment for me. Sometimes I just want to kind of shoot things back and forth and talk about old contest songs. Like, oh my goodness, if I want to talk about 1983's Rendezvous by Pas de Deux. Very experimental. Quite the hectic national final for that contest. You gotta watch how, like, the other songs and all that, like, just, there's not a full rendition of it. I'm waiting for somebody to pull the full 1983 Belgian Eurosong final online. They have 1977 and I think 81 in full on YouTube, but not 83. But if they did, oh my goodness, that is like one of the most controversial contests, and God, it was such an entertaining thing to watch. Shoot, I forgot about Albania and Hungary in 2018. I'm sorry that my newer knowledge is not as good as my older knowledge. Like, once it gets to, like, the 90s, like, the end of the 90s, I start to kind of fall off with the knowledge. But, yeah. I haven't watched in full 2009 to 2020. I haven't watched those in full. Or, well, 2019, technically. I technically saw 2020, like, the songs, but not the actual, like, just canceled. But have a good night, Weeby boy. It's great talking, and, well, talking to the chat and everybody else. But yeah, it's great hearing from you. But oh my goodness, we need a Eurovision section in the Discord. Like, I did make a song for, like, Ireland when I was in, like, one of those Eurovision, like, group chat things or whatever, when we did pick a country and choose our own songs for the contest. But that stuff is just fun. Sometime I just need to, like, have, like, kind of like a group sitting and with some of my friends and whatnot, and just have, like, kind of a live watching of, like, like one of the contests or national finals or whatever, because they are pretty fun, low key. So, sorry for keeping this as a very long intermission, but anyway, we'll get started in the next 30 seconds. Great talk, everybody. It's sad that there are no Welsh entries in the contest. And the sad thing was they were going to enter the contest in 1969, fun fact, but they couldn't because they were not like an officially separated country like Ireland was or Monaco or Luxembourg was. Anyway, that is enough talking of Eurovision for now. I gotta get back into the reading and keep on keeping on. New arrivals follow the same general pattern you witnessed when Greta and Ishmael arrived, with Asterion displaying unmatched charisma as he dances around the fact that, yes, he is a Minotaur. He's done this thousands of times already, taken in guests pulled from dice situations, who must now face the reality that there is more to the world than what their eyes can see. Around 4 p.m., the last of the new guests trickle in. While you finish some leftover paperwork, you tell Asterion to relax a bit. He grumbles and mutters a thing or two about his duty, but you insist that resisting during downtime will give him the energy to be more productive later. That line of thinking is enough to convince him. He goes off for about an hour, after which he returns with his lyre in tow. By then, the sun has begun to set, and the reception area is empty. Lilac and orange clouds snake from the valleys west over the hotel, reaching out towards the horizon on the east. Behind them, the sky has taken on a purple hue, starting at a purple pale shade and darkening a notch every time you glance outside. You lean back in your chair, basking in the natural light, as the room falls into a velvety dusk of its own. Surrounded by the scent of aged paper, soft, almost reminiscent of vanilla, you are left to contemplate the sunset vista, perturbed only by the dying breeze from the desert beyond. Asterion's fingers dance over his lyre's strings, not quite daring to pluck. Just the tension of grazing against them is enough to ring the faintest of notes, so discreet as to be rendered inaudible by the so much as another person's breathing. You may not know the song he's playing, if any at all, but nonetheless you can anticipate a note here and there. You tap a finger to the melody. At least half of the time you get it right. No, this is the mic I've been using for like a couple of years now, maybe 2. But yeah, I've had this mic for a while now. I just took it out of its stand. Just to try something new. Anyway. There the two of you remain, suspended between silence and stray notes. You look at him in the eyes. It takes the Minotaur half a minute to feel your gaze and look up from the strings. When he does, he gives you a half smile, but his fingers slip, and the note he'd been courting sounds off. You look away. He does the same. And then both meet again, as if on cue. You chuckle. He grunts. His lyre continues its meandering song. His gaze turns pensive, however, when it falls on your armband. His lips part to say something, but an approaching discord makes him freeze. Outside, you hear a car approaching. From your respective angles, only Asterion can see the car. He lets out a sputtering cough as a large presence trundles in. Oh God! Who are you? Good afternoon, gentlemen. The creature between you and Asterion carries a suitcase in either hand. One small enough to be carried at his side, and the other a storage trunk too unwieldy not to drag. Who
Who the hell are you?
He gives Asteroid only a passing glance before settling on you.
Pardon my ignorance, but is this establishment a hotel?
He snorts, but his hardened nostrils do not flare. His throat lets out a grave hum, almost a purring, and his body emits a bonfire's warmth. Yes, this is a hotel. He remains unfazed by your delayed response.
Excellent. Once more, pardon my ignorance. I saw no sign on the road indicating this place's nature or its name. Regardless, I'm glad the directions were correct. Please excuse my untimely arrival. Assuming you have a vacancy for a guest without a booking, I would like to check in. If possible, I would like to stay for 28 days.
Damn, that's a lot of days. He pulls from his pockets a booklet and credit card and lays them on the desk.
You will find my documentation is in order. My name is Robert Geneva, and you may consider me a Swiss citizen. You may check my passport. You will find I am a law-abiding citizen like any other.
I see. You open his passport. Its pages are filled with stamps from all over the world. The page with his personal information features the picture of a surly-looking man. It does bear some resemblance to the demon in front of you, albeit in a very abstracted way. As your eyes focus on it, however, the enchantment fades away. Gradually, Robert's face is revealed beneath the glamour. Well, I suppose it all checks out. If you could just fill out these forms, sir.
With pleasure.
He's terrifying.
From your attitudes, I take it that my kind are not unwelcome here.
This hotel takes in those who are lost. If you found your way here, then I take it you fit the bill. As with any other guests, you will be welcome so long as you abide by our code of conduct. You will find a copy of it included with the paperwork.
Is that so? Let me see. Of course, these terms are uncontroversial. I'm happy to see you have such strong norms here. Very fitting. Very well. Is everything in order?
It would seem so. Stereo, could you take our guest to his room?
Yes, sir. Please.
No, that's Asterion. Yes, sir. Please come with me, Mr. Robert. Allow me to take your luggage.
You're courteous of you, but worry not. I'll take it myself. Let us proceed.
Robert has checked into the hotel. I did not expect a man looking like this. The more I look at him, the more he's kind of coming on to me. Sorry, Robert, for being so rude earlier. Yeah, the glasses are pretty cute on him.
Oh, I mustn't forget. I happened to find a lost traveler when on my way here. Good sense told me to ignore him, but the arid landscape convinced me otherwise. I gave him a ride, but as you can see, my passport seems to have malfunctioned. The poor fellow had quite a scare. He must still be recovering in the parking lot. If you would be so kind, could you offer him some support?
Of course. It would be our pleasure. We could have a room prepared for him as well.
Perhaps he will appreciate the offer. Very well. I won't take any more of your time. Mr.
Asterion.
What a traditional name. Mr. Asterion. Let us proceed.
And there's... Oh, it's the guy! It's the guy! And there's the lost traveler. After giving the hotel's interior a peek, he tiptoes his way in, scarcely making a sound. Hello. Good evening. Are you the fellow who got a ride from Mr. Robert? Ah, yes.
That's me, Mr. Robert. As you call him, gave me the scare of a lifetime. My heart is still beating out of my chest. Imagine what it's like getting a ride from a stranger, and then he turns into a demon, with horns and everything. I was about to start pleading with him not to take my soul. Still, can't I believe I'm alive and breathing? Doesn't help I have no clue how he got here.
I'm sorry you had to go through that. I can imagine how tough it was. I, too, had a sudden run-in with a very fantastical person a while ago. Might take a while to get used to it, but it gets easier with time.
Is that so?
The stranger's eyes become hawk-like for a split second.
Say, could you be so kind as to tell me where I am?
This is a special kind of hotel. We specialize in taking in people who might be going through a rough time.
Would you say this is a hotel for the lost?
Yes, that's a nice way to put it. And, if you'll pardon the pun, you must be quite lost yourself. Mr. Robert told me about your predicament. If you'd like, I can get a room ready for you in a minute so you can enjoy a good night's rest.
What a kind gesture. I would gladly accept it, but I'm afraid you haven't mentioned the pricing.
How about free? You don't have to worry about that. This operation is essentially humanitarian in nature. We don't need to charge, and even if we did, our targeted clientele doesn't necessarily always have much money to spare.
No charge, huh? I don't mean to look a gift horse in the mouth, but is this some kind of trick? Nothing in the fine print to be aware of? Are you going to twist things around and perhaps say the price was my soul or something?
Oh, not at all. There's no twist. Besides, if somewhere were to snatch your soul, I'd place a higher bet on the horde demon than the unassuming human.
Well, you know what to say, or you know what they say. Appearances can be deceiving. Very well. I suppose I can't reject such hospitality. Although I wonder how you keep the lights on in a place like this if you're not charging for room and board.
With magic.
That doesn't exactly inspire confidence, buddy.
The magic of hospitality, that is.
Now that's better. Shall I prick my finger and sign in blood, then?
Just fill out this form, if you will. Sorry to say there will be no soul shenanigans or blood packs. My business partner would never approve. The traveler's hand flows over the paper, leaving behind an uninterrupted trail of fine calligraphy. He passes it back over to you with both hands once he has finished. That's demonist! Oh goodness, you need to do a double take to be sure you got it right. Very well, Mr. Jean-Marie Clement from Bordeaux, France. What? No, this can't be real. This can't be real. No. This ain't not real.
Oh, that's correct. Although my friends just call me Jane.
You look up to the traveler. Now with your own set of hawk eyes. That's a very remarkable name.
Classy, isn't it? It was my father's idea, to honor his uncles. My family does that sort of thing all the time. Now, I'm afraid I didn't get your name, Mr.
Just call me Dirk. I suppose you must be tired. How about I give you a quick tour of our facilities and escort you to your room?
Dirk? Now that is quite peculiar. Are you a red panda by any chance? I'm a delivery man, you see, and I was tasked with making a delivery to a certain hotel for the lost for a man called Dirk. What a welcome surprise, and this was perhaps the hardest job of my entire life. Finding you was nothing short of a Herculean task. I can't read. Finding you was nothing short of a Herculean task. But it would seem fate, and the form of a demon, has brought us together.
Yeah, I suppose getting to this hotel might be an arcane task indeed. Sorry to cause you so much trouble. That said, would you rather leave business for later tonight? You are a guest. And it would be awfully impolite of me to not afford you the chance to wash up and have a proper meal first.
Ah, the hospitality still lives. It's him, I swear! Very well. I'll take you up on your offer. We can reconvene later tonight, after I've had some time to relax. If your facilities are half as good as your manners, then I'm sure they'll leave nothing to be desired.
Maybe he's like a nephew, like not nephew or a grandnephew or something like that of Jean Marie. This is confusing. I am worried. You escort Jean Marie to his room and inform him about the schedule for dinner. Later in the night. Ah, look at them all having fun together. Nano fetches your and Asterian's order. You didn't even have time to correct his notes this time, or remind him not to walk to the kitchen on all fours. Asterion plays with a few crystals from the jar you had left on what seems to have become your designated table. Peculiar day, wouldn't you say? Not every day we get a demon, a Frenchman. Oh, dude, why you gotta call him out like that? Oh man. It's so tempting to just say this just for shits and giggles. Do you remember Mr. Robert mentioning that he gave someone a ride here? After you left, he came in and there's something that doesn't sit right with me about him.
Dirk, that...
The Minotaur's ears twitch. He cannot contain a groan as he scratches at his cheek.
Could it be that you are... British? Is that why you do not like him? Master Jean-Marie was good and kind, Lord, and he told me all about France. That was a beautiful land, rich with culture. I assure you that Frenchmen are not all bad, and he was the proof of it.
Wait, what? No, that's not what I meant at all. I don't have any problem with French people. My point is that he's an odd Frenchman. His chin is unsettling. I'm gonna say his name is strange. The British line made me laugh. Of course it did, lied. Would you even consider yourself British? Do like Welsh people like just totally distance themselves from that? Like, do Scottish people do that too, or whatever, or Northern Ireland, or do they just all consider it as one? Because I tend to more so think of just England when I think of British. The greatest of all crimes, indeed. Not the chin! Oh, goodness. He's the Crimson Chin. But his name is strange. Try and guess his name. Charles de Gaulle? No. Why would somebody be called Charles de Gaulle? Asterion? But it is a nice name. Master Jean-Marie liked it. Okay, we're getting off track. Listen here. Listen. His name is Jean-Marie Clement, and he's from Bordeaux. Asterion's ears flick. Could it be a coincidence? Maybe. I don't know. He did mention something along the lines of being named for his father's uncles. So maybe he's somehow related to Jean-Marie and Clement. But that can't be right. If they had descendants, then... Upon a master's death, if there's no appointed heir, the deed to the realm is bequeathed to his closest living descendant. In the lack of a descendant, then closest living ancestor. If this guy's related to them, could he cause trouble? Maybe question how I got the deed, or try to claim the hotel for himself? The master's will is sovereign. There would be nothing he could do. Whatever the means by which you inherited its deed, the hotel is now irrevocably yours. Oh, that's a relief. I don't want to have to worry about him treating you like Jean-Marie and the other masters did. Or, God forbid, Clement. Indeed. The way Robert just gets bigger on screen, it's just like he's gonna just consume my soul. But he's also, I'm like, he can also consume my soul if he wants at the same time. Dude's got the dad bod. Oof. We're okay with being British but Welsh, but it's getting harder for a lot of people. More Welsh now. I could totally see why. Your conversation is cut short as you and Asterion noticed a duo approaching your table. None other than Jean-Marie, the delivery man, and Robert the demon. You and Asterion straighten up.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Bonsoir. What a fine night you have so graciously provided.
Robert and I couldn't let it pass without taking a minute to compliment your hospitality. Indeed, you are leading a fine establishment, Mr. Dirk. It's truly a sight to behold.
That is very kind of you. It's a relief to hear such words. I'll take them as a confirmation that we are succeeding in our mission. That said, I can't lose the chance to clarify, Mr. Robert. My dear friend Asterion here is the co-owner of this hotel. Truth be told, he's both the brains and brawn of the operation. More often than not, I find myself playing only a supporting role in facilitating his good work.
His happy look is just so adorable.
Ah. Once more, your kindness is dearly welcome. But it should be directed at my partner instead of me. Dirk, would you sell your body to the devil if he was hot? I mean, we all saw what Lil Nas X did in Montero.
Is that so? I stand corrected then. Mr. Asterion, I am thoroughly impressed with the structure you have here.
You are very kind, sir. Would the two of you care to join us for dinner tonight?
Don't mind if I do. Tell me, who designed this place? Before coming to this lounge, I took a stroll, and it seemed as if the hallway stretched on forever, branching left and right every half a dozen doors. Common sense told me I'd be irreversibly lost if I wandered too far, but I found my way back to the reception in the blink of an eye, as if I so much as thought about returning. How was this effect achieved? I absolutely must know more about the architect behind it.
Oh, the architect. It was my... He grasps at the words he wishes to say, somewhat lost in possibilities. He directs only the briefest glance towards. The Minotaur searches your face for disapproval, jealousy, pride, but finding none of the sort, Asterion returns his gaze to the two guests. The hotel is very old. It was a distant ancestor of mine who engineered it, but its latest iteration is my own design, and a work in progress at that. As for the hallways, I do wish I could share the knowledge with you, but my forefathers would not look kindly on it.
How unfortunate. I am sure many a mathematician would appreciate learning your forefathers' methods. But your rejection is easy to accept. If you'll not think it's presumptuous, I shall consider it a secret of Minotaurs. How fitting is it that in these modern days, so destitute of wonder, your kind would still command ancient traditions. And to think that the whole world of mythical beings, even I, believed that your lineage to only be a legend. Pardon, buddy, if you'll excuse my bluntness, you're a demon. Likewise, if I understood correctly, you were talking about this place being some kind of infinite hotel.
This makes me think about my math proofs class where we had the infinite hotel problem and we had to do like a mathematical proof about infinite hotel rooms. But like it would have to have a pattern where it would be infinite but not. It was like really weird. Forgot the name of it, but it was hell. That class was hell for me.
And then you may say mythical people think Minotaurs are just a legend. How can that be? Isn't that quite the hypocrisy? It may seem so at first, surely. There are many kinds of supernatural beings roaming the world even today, hidden thanks to the charms. But that does not mean every legend, myth, or folk tale is about some unseen species. For centuries now, among scholars of fantastical nature, it has been firmly believed that Minotaurs are just a myth. That the old Greek legend...
Creation. It's a creation legend.
Pardon me. I suppose that could be a point of pride for you, yes? Very well, I believe the creation legend of the Minotaur hid a more mundane truth. One of the hypotheses is that the so-called Minotaur was merely a priest or holy man who took on a helmet shaped as a bull's head during certain ceremonies or sacrifices. As for the story of how he came to be, well, the myth goes the Cretan queen took the bull's lurch with the assistance of crafty Daedalus, correct? But the motif of a divine woman consorting with a divinely created bull is recurring in the Minotaur royal lineage, so it is speculated that this tale is merely allegorical. Oh heavens, I'm rambling. I'm sure our fine host knows much more about the topic more than anyone else ever could, though it would not surprise me if he's somehow bound to secrecy.
Asterian's nostrils flare as he lets out a long breath of air. You could just notice him biting his lip, but overall there doesn't seem to be distress in him. My family has its own version of the story, one which I believe to be very accurate. The Minoan royal lineage was closely tied to the gods in many ways. It was common over the generations for the Olympians to take on the transitionary form of a bull, to bless that generation's queen with a special heir. To summon a god, the king would offer his own blood in what was a holy, revered ritual. It was said that the child descended from both the king, whose blood had initiated the rite, and from the god who answered his call. Oh, wait, so if queens often did that as a respectful ritual, what made Pasiphae's actions any different? There was no blessing in our case, only a curse. Asterian's eyes wander to yours. You blink, and he does the same with a face as stoic as stone.
Fascinating. And I take it you are sure that this is the true story. Has your family kept records? There's no doubt about it, Robert. Look at his eyes. Never has a man sound truer words. Yes, this is the truth. As accurate as an arrow is sharp. Oh, this site is getting better with each passing minute. I will love my vacation here, I can already tell. I'm glad to hear that. More than you might imagine. It has been such a short while since we reopened the hotel, but it's brimming with life already. People seem so happy to be here. Sometimes it is hard to accept that things are going so well. You better get used to it, buddy. If it's up to you and me, they'll just keep getting better and better. Yes, they will, and I can see that. It would seem Rome really was built in a day if Romulus and Remus here got it set up so quickly. But if you'd care to hear, I have a suggestion for how to improve your fine establishment. It's that thing, Robert. That one thing we just talked about a minute ago. Oh, that. Yes, that is a good suggestion. Here it goes, then. There's no sign, nothing in front of the place, telling people what it is or what it's called. Does this hotel even have a name? So far, I've only heard people referring to it as, well, the hotel. Oh, that's a valid compliment. Oh, that's a valid complaint. We've been so busy lately with getting the essentials in order that I never thought about that. So focused on your work you forgot to give the place a name. If you'd care to hear my thoughts again, I'd say Dirk's Hotel would suffice. Simple and to the point. What did you say? I don't think I have it in me to do something like that. Honestly, it'd be way too gaudy for my tastes. Dirk's Hotel. Come to my hotel. We got fun sex.
Sour Skittles, The Existential Crisis, and Minotaurs. Anyway. Oh, and our commercials are all done by Swearwolf. Oh no, I mean Todd. Whatever his last name was. Asterion, what's the tradition around here for that? The owner is allowed to rename the hotel as he sees fit, which is made official through a customary celebration. Dirk's Hotel would not be in any way unusual. It may not be unusual, but it remains gaudy and creatively bankrupt. We can do better. Oh no, am I gonna name the hotel?
I thought the name was Minotaur Hotel. That's the Wi-Fi network's name.
Oh. Huh. You and Asterion stare at one another. The Minotaur, perhaps without thinking, puts a hand on his bicep where the laurel wreath sits. Dirk.
Wait, there's Wi-Fi? What's the password? It's networks dirt it's networks dirt sets on skates. With a capital N. Disgusting little thing that is.
And the fun fact is that since Switzerland has 4 national languages technically, German is one of them. So, it would make sense that he understands this password. Just as I was watching the Swiss National Song Final of 1979, just before this reading. Anyway.
Network Enforcement Act. Let's see. This isn't working for me. Let me type it in for you.
Asterion bites his lower lip. Are you German? And just what if I am? Honey tongue. Guilty as charged. So, Minotaur Hotel. Seinfeld music starts playing. Sovereign is the will of the partner, co-owner. Now we're talking. Will you guide me into setting up that renaming ceremony you were talking about? Of course.
See, I'm curious. Just now, Robert told me the password and I heard it in French, but he typed in some kind of German abomination. Pardon my lack of manners. The network's Durst and Sogdengeist truly is an unsightly piece of legislation, not appropriate to discuss amongst such fine company. He just did it again! Wait, I think I get it now. When we were in the car, we talked in English, but soon as the landscape changed, I noticed Robert started speaking very eloquent dialect in French.
Yes, there are many magical things about this place. One of which is how it translates everything into everything people say and write. You probably heard Robert speaking French after the two of you crossed over into this realm.
Jean, I'm from Geneva. I speak French. You could have just asked. Oh, well, I didn't want to assume. Still, that's yet another fantastical thing to this incomprehensible location, I suppose. Now, if I may ask another question. When you say he's your partner, and what do you mean by it exactly? I wonder if there's a little linguistic ambiguity in place it's picking up on.
Excuse me?
Oh, it's just the two of you seem so very close. I just thought for a second that...
They were roommates. And they were roommates. I am sorry, I still don't understand. The question was directed at Asterion, but you intervened to clarify. Asterion and I are business partners. That is how you should interpret his word choice.
That I understand, but you two are still quite close, is what I'm saying. Jean, your intentions may be kind, but some would consider this line of questioning inappropriate. I don't recall either Asterion or Dirk mentioning their sexual orientations. God damn it!
Next up, the sexual orientation question. Find out more on the FEN Shin channel.
For all we know, they might not be compatible in the first place. Even if they are, commenting on such matters may still be unwelcome. And that doesn't even touch on, well, Asterion being a Minotaur and Dirk being a human.
Midway through Robert's speech, Asterion leans closer to you and whispers, Dirk, what are they talking about? Don't worry about it, I'll explain later. You see, when a man loves a woman... He nods. Jean, meanwhile, looks away as he gets lost in thought.
Perhaps you are right. It was pretty rude of me, for the most part. You know how it is. Talking about sexuality is less taboo where I'm from. I admit I may have been too forward in that regard. But when it comes to good, Asterion here has been a Minotaur. Why should that be an impediment? I may not know much about what the traditions are like with you, shall we say, mythical beings, but if two consenting adults love each other, nothing else matters, right? I had a kid, you know. He was born different, and from the day he was born, there were people who couldn't look past it. Not everyone, though. There were quite a few blessed souls who could see through his differences and like him for who he was. He is no longer with us. But that grace, the blessedness of being able to love even different souls, that I carry with me to this day. So what if Astarion's a Minotaur? That shouldn't get in the way of love.
What? Asterion falling in love? Asterion shakes his head, then covers his mouth to hide a dry, nervous cough. Oh boy! For a split second, your hand almost reaches out to pat him on the back. But Jean's words make you painfully aware of how every inch separating the two of you is a sea of meaning.
To make it clear, I do not disagree with you. However, I don't think the topic is appropriate at the moment, Jean.
I would prefer we change the subject, yes?
Very well, I'll let it go. With the caveat that I still stand by what I said. Of course.
You and Asterion remain quiet. The space between you suddenly raw and awkward. Robert takes the chance to check his phone while Jean looks around the room. Ah! What? Aw. How cute. The silence is broken by Nono bringing your plates. No, my headphones turned off. They ran out of battery. I'm sorry. Not like there's any music going on in the background anyway. Anyway.
So, do you follow the custom of saying grace before meals?
I mean, I kind of have to with my family at home. But I don't mind. Grace. I would not put it like that, but every day I make an offering to the gods.
Gods? Which ones?
The 12 Olympians, of course, plus Lady Hastya and Lord Hades.
Oh, typical. I should have guessed a Minotaur would worship the Greek gods. Don't say it like that. It sounds so dismissive. I, for one, would appreciate learning more about his beliefs. Say, Mr. Asterion, would you be willing to demonstrate how an offering is done?
Of course, it would be an honor.
I would have never guessed anyone would still worship those old gods. It's been thousands of years, after all. For how long have you been praying to them?
Since I was a boy. My lineage has prayed to them for thousands of years, and I was taught to do the same at an early age.
But do you really believe they exist? Isn't it absurd in this day of age to hold on to such archaic ideas?
No, I am sure they exist. How else could I be here tonight if not for them?
Yes, but it would be more valuable. Shush, Jean. Let the man be. You're distracting him from his offering. Geez, okay, big guy. I'll shut my mouth.
Asterion rises from his seat, back as unshakable as a fortress's walls and as wide as a step, and probably built like a fortress walls, am I right? He hums a song all too familiar, summoning a bottle of wine. You and the hotel respond in unison. But before proceeding towards the hearth, he glances at you. The corners of his lips curled into fine crescents. Would you care to join me, Dirk? It would be an honor sharing this with you. Ah! Yes! You rise just as high as the Minotaur did, and together you stride to Hestia's fire. He kneels by the hearth, and you do the same. When he raises his arms to the ceiling, however, a sense of shame stops you from bringing your arms as high as his. Conversation and laughter, cutlery clinking against dishes and glasses, clinking on the wooden tables, every little hum the song of life. It all fades, as though velvet surrounded you and Asterion. You are left only with your and your partner's breathing, and the crackling of the fire. All light except that which it offers grows dim. Respect the ones in need of gifts and friendship at home. You look to the side, and Asterion, too, is looking at you. You should have the honors. To which god shall we dedicate this offering?
There's so many choices!
I just need a save here, probably just for progress sake, but... Just go for the one rich in grapes. God of thunder, king of the sea, lord of the dead. Or his firstborn, mistress of the hearth. Whatever you do, do not worship Athena. I don't think Athena's on here. I don't see Athena. Oh. There she is. Whatever you do, do not worship Athena. Go for Hermes, sibling of man. Is Aphrodite, like, isn't that like aphrodisiac, like sexual or something? I want to go for that one. You literally had Athena highlighted because I'm a moron. But is a violet-crowned Aphrodite that bad?
I'd pick Hades. Lord of the Dead. I mean, he does like Hades, so. Poseidon was technically Asterian's father. Poseidon was technically Asterian's father. So many choices besides Athena, but so many tough choices. Hestia and Hades are his best aunt and uncle. I feel like I'm tempted to now choose Hades because everybody's like hyping up Hades, including Asterion himself. Fine, I'll do Hades. I can't think for myself. Confirmed. Idonis, ruler of the many, son of Kronos, worshipped on the many names, with your dread queen of all that lives and moves. Blessed are those whom you live and love freely. Grant us the knowledge of mysteries and the peace of quiet mists. Asterion lays a finger over to the wine bottle's opening and lets out only a trickle of wine, first to pacify the ashes around the flame, and only later to battle against its might. We shall remember you tonight and always. In our hearth you shall find wine. And if your mercy would grant us excellence in all things, we shall tell tales and sing songs of your feats. The velvet surrounding you dissipates, allowing sound to break through once more. Aw, that's sweet.
What a fine ceremony. I couldn't make out everything you said, but I'm glad I got to witness such an ancient form of worship.
You are too kind, Robert. It is not every night I get an audience from one of my simplest duties. If you enjoy my culture so much, you are welcome to ask all your questions.
Beware with what you say. I might just take the offer and we'll be here all night.
I look so evil, but also look so delighted. The night goes on. You, Asterion, and the guests. For these few hours, you live without regret. And yes, Aphrodite would make it horny. Oh, that would be so good. Damn it! Why did I make such a bad decision? Anyway, whatever memory you might muster of Gene and his delivery fades, but his does not. When you and the Minotaur leave to return to your quarters, he follows.
Hey, you two, don't you just go yet. This was a terrific night we had, lads. But no mistake, I came here for work. This is the reason why I came all the way here. First class delivery, detective. First class detective, Wolfstar.
A letter? Gene hands you an envelope. Its surface is so finely preserved, corners so sharp and uncreased, that you would not be surprised if it had just left its sender's desk. Do you know who sent it?
Can't say I do, lad. Someone might have mentioned the client's name, but I can't recall it. It came from the headquarters just like this, and with a set of instructions on how to get here, which weren't of much help, I can tell you that. I was, however, told if you have any response to this message, I should take it back to headquarters and it will get shipped back.
Asterion affords you privacy by turning around while you dig a finger into the crisp paper. The letter itself, an A4 white sheet,
Stupid European measurements. Why don't you do 8.5 and 11 like damn Americans?
Has not been graced with such divine perfection. It is folded 3 times, but unevenly and with corners rumpled stilt-skinned. You unfold it. It takes you a few seconds to recognize the symbols on the paper as they swim around and stitch themselves together with aid from the hotel's translation. You stare at it, waiting for its contents to reveal themselves, but the letters melt away and become unconnected scribbles. You force your gaze further, and by your command the letter's contents coalesce back into their original shape. What lies revealed to you is an incomprehensible mess of childlike scribbles, flowing first from cursive-like characters to snaking lines, and then into something like the ridges of mountains on the horizon. For a moment you consider the possibility that this may be a map, but were that the case, that land it depicts is one and the same with the sea around it, like a ruptured cell spilling its contents. When that fails, you fear for your mental health. Could you be having a stroke, rendering you incapable of reading it and piecing things together? But the gods are not so terrible. Your brain is fine, and the truth of the matter is that this letter, for the most part, contains only incomprehensible scribbles. Take note, however, for at the very bottom of this wasteful exercise, there are 2 lines which your mind and the hotel can interpret. I'm sorry for not being good enough. P. Oh, it all... the desk and messed with the camera. You cannot see my face's reaction right now because I am weird. And broke the camera. What the heck is Epicam? There we go. I don't know why whenever I knock something like that, it messes with the... Anyway. I'm sorry for not being good enough. P. Oh. Asterin gives you a sideway glance. You turn to him. There's not much to this. It's mostly gibberish. The hotel's translation can't make any sense of it. Whoever wrote this wasn't all there in the head when he... The gods are terrible indeed. Forgotten evils worm their way in once more. Dirk, is everything all right? This is a letter from... Well, it's a bit upsetting. I think it's from the man who gave me the hotel's deed. Oh. Clement. You notice just the slightest slump in his shoulders. Then a snort as goosebumps climb up the Minotaur's spine. His fur, as short as it may be, stands on end as he scratches the back of his head. Is he still around, then? His fingers dig in like a hand digging away at dry soil. His scratching is louder than either your breathing or the distant sounds of ruckus from the lounge. What does he say? A bunch of scribbles. The hotel can't make any sense of it. He was going senile when I met him, and I assume he wasn't fully conscious when he wrote this either. There's just one thing I can read here, but it may be upsetting. Are you sure you want to hear it? For a moment as brief as it takes for one's mind to realize the wrongness of it sees, Asterin's eyes turn dark and bullish. It is comfortable to forget that Asterin's bovine nature runs deeper than his skin alone. His head has slowly dropped over these past few moments. His neck, however, remains stiff and tight. This is the face of a bull about to charge. Featureless, lacking, concerned, cornered, blank. He does not answer your question, and although a part of you may believe he indeed does not want to hear it, for whatever reason you say it word by word. I'm sorry for not being good enough. It was signed with P.
Clement. Clement. Oh, that's right, I recall now. That's the name of the headquarters mentioned. Clement, a Frenchman, correct? Oh, sorry, I would have seemed to be interrupting something. I will take my leave now. Have a good night, you two. Bye.
With him gone, you take a step towards Asterion. Your hand almost rises to touch his arm, but the Minotaur's scorching gaze indicates that contract may not be welcome. You stand there, closer but distant, suspended in the time it takes for a man's mind to chew through a bone. He is alive. So it would seem. Although his mind might not be there anymore. Rended from himself. Old age may separate soul from body long before death itself. Existing halfway is wretched. Zeus takes half the goodness out of a man when... The Minotaur swallows, then breathes and hitches through his teeth. There is just a flicker in his eyes to signal a plea for help. You cover the last stretch and hug him. You gather the man, you gather the bowl. You gather the friend unto himself. As you enfold him to try and mend the broken pieces, you pressure from within threatens to boil over. You squeeze. Harder. And the more you do, the less claw-like his hands become. Half the goodness. With your face buried in his chest, you cannot see. But the hallway echoes the snaps of his tails and ears, followed by the beat of his hooves as he shifts left and right. He does not hug you back. His heavy head leans hard onto your own, onto your shoulder. His hooves don't stop shuffling even while his arms remain still. His head is monstrously heavy. Or is he bearing down on you? He curls around you in between snorts and grunts. You hold harder, lest all the pressure inside boil him alive. And in turn your friend trembles. It feels as though every cord of muscle in him could not be drawn tighter. He seems to fight against struggling away. Settle down. Stop this moron thing. You awful shit dog. This was only safe to go on. So many Zeus, why did he, if I could, the guts. It could be so easy, so he said to me, years of decay, small the one now says, fine, allow him his evening. If he went away, you could break your fist in the plow, shatter his bones, say it's fine. Breathe, you dumb bull, breathe and hold it, gods. Zeus, Hestia, Poseidon, don't let it. There are no sobs or hiccups. If one were to wish a heroic moment here, pain seldom makes a noble and beautiful martyr. No, this grief makes monsters out of men, and if one is to find beauty here, it is because of the man, not for his suffering. Hands squeezed into claws, back hunched over you as you hug tighter and tighter, jaw tensed. Clement, what goes through his mind to send a letter now of all times? Shouldn't one such as he have the shame and grace to die far away? The Minotaur's hands, only half gnarled shut, press against your sides in stiff and confused jerks. He's not coming back. I won't allow it. Asterion snorts, then brings a hoof crashing down on the tiled floor. You look up and find his eyes, inches from yours, dry as a desert. This is not sadness. Let's go home. He complies. By hand you guide him. Evening, you gather back all the daunting day has torn asunder. Late as it may be, you do not command Asterion to go to his room. This is not the state of someone who should handle themselves alone. Instead, you sit on the couch, and with concentrated movements, he sets himself down. He lies on his side. He does not look, but his head is a few more inches above from your lap. It is an awkward position, but he does not move or adjust himself. Every minute or so, he strains to glance up at you. His gaze is less guarded and direct now. It is empty, however. Bereft. You look down at your lap as the same emotion rears its head in you. Time passes and nothing else comes until you speak. Talk to me, Asterion, please. His eyes turn away from you. No. If it's okay, would you look at me? He grumbles, tail thrashing behind him, then snorts. Asterion keeps staring at some point far away for half a minute before giving you a look, albeit wondering. His eyes dart to anywhere but your own. You're safe. That I can promise you. I won't hurt you or send you out. And I won't let in anyone who might threaten you. No harm will come to you. And together, we will push through and pull through whatever comes to pass. I won't let anything bad happen. The hotel and its guests are safe. All of them. We're partners, and we can overcome anything if we both set our minds to it. But I need something from you to accomplish our mission. I need us to talk about our emotions. If you'd rather not do it now, I understand. But I think it might do you good. What do you say? He turns away from you again, finally adjusts himself, is still for long enough that you almost take that as his answer. At last, however, his horn scratches the sofa as he nods. Good. Before we start, would it be okay if I come closer? You could lay your head on my lap. He grunts and curls up tighter, then goes still once more. His eyes are dull, movements uncoordinated. It is without turning towards you that he pushes himself closer, hands flat against the couch as if his fingers are numb. His head is heavy, but a brief readjustment fits you and him together, like a pair of seashells stacked. He is frozen at first. Every movement of his fingers and lungful of air comes and bursts and twitches. But memories of childhood, common across thousands of years, spring forth. You lay a hand on his head and tidy his fur. Short as it may be, it can still rebel. But 2 or 3 caresses are enough to straighten up the back of his neck. And then you explore between his horns. The fur here is longer, a tad closer to human hair. Better to sink your fingers into. Do all children enjoy this? A parent, a sibling, or friend upon whose lap they can find comfort? And do all who benefit from it grow to share with others? Running a hand over a friend's head. What a dear old gesture. One may be forgiven for doing it without asking permission, as long as he keeps quiet himself. Be very silent now. Let the man's breathing settle until it's less like a struggle and more like its usual rhythm. If another sound comes, a sniffle or snort, do not inquire. Know your place. He'd take all the time he needs. Meanwhile, you can ponder some great questions yourself, such as whether or not all humans could, perhaps should, share a sense of borderless fraternity. Or perhaps you should ponder your own emotions. The multitude of affections a man may feel for another. While these thoughts dance, Asterion acquaints himself with sound, flicks his ears in unison, swishes his tail, readjusts his head and legs into a more comfortable position. In response, you hum. First, the Cyclos epitaph he taught you, then all the songs you remember from his concert. And when those are over, you go on with a nameless melody you once heard from a piano, or perhaps from an acoustic guitar. Song fills the void until Asterion is ready to take on the task. I apologize if I forget what you have said tonight, sir. Dirk. Sometimes I can barely hear anyone. What do you mean? Between my ears sometimes. It is all rain and wind and roaring thunder that never strikes. Sometimes I can't hear anything at all. I apologize that you had to deal with that. Like some unmanly, unruly calf. I apologize if I'm lacking sense. I tire of myself in these states. By the 12, I have had long enough to learn not to be bowled over by living. Yet, living can be too loud for me. Perhaps I apologize. And have a good night, lad. There's no reason to. You did nothing wrong. Even if you did, you would have my forgiveness whether or not you have asked for it. Are you feeling better now? A little. You scratch the top of his head. He does not shy away. Still, I apologize. I shouldn't have let my anger take root. If I was in your position, I might have gone berserk. no idea how I have acted. In that regard, you did well. But, to be honest, is your anger unjustified? Clement did horrible things to you. You have every right to be angry, Asterion. No, I have no right to it, Dirk. Try as you might to tell me otherwise. I know my place. What Clement did was only return to form. The prisoner should not feel anger for the jailer for doing his duty. But if not for you, then what about the guests he kicked out? Can't you be angry on their behalf? Asterion does not answer. He chews on his own tongue and looks away, but glimpses of emotion and thought flash behind his eyes. You let him be. And when he leans his weight on your head, you renew your scratching. Gather the bull, gather the man, gather the friend unto himself. You lean back on the couch and close your eyes for a minute. Just a few minutes. Then, if he's feeling well, and being left alone doesn't give the impression of being abandoned, and if he doesn't want to stay here in the living room, if he's not too drowsy, if, beyond a shadow of a doubt, he will be fine. He is asleep. Familiarity vanquishes shame. Asterion wakes before you, head still resting upon your lap, just as dawn breaks and slips through the window. Wordless, he accepts that the charade is gone. There is no need to self-flagellate over this kindness. In fact, it would be ungraceful, and decent perhaps, to make a scene out of it. No, this mercy he must enjoy. His eyes, he stays in place, still and silent so as to not wake you, and closes his eyes once more. Nary does the memory of the previous night cross his mind. Later in the morning, while Asterion finds the hearth's flames, you take over manning the reception. This allows you to meet Jean as he checks out.
Dirk, you and Asterion are fine hosts indeed. In all my years as a courier, seldom have I seen such hospitality. Most people would have just had me do my job and be off. But not you, no. You took me and all these people in, and you treated us like family. I understand now how true your words here were. That this is a place for the lost, to give them a home. You'll do an amazing service here.
Oh, thank you, you're too kind. I'll make sure to tell Asterion you had a good time. He'll be just as glad as I am.
Yes, you should, yes. But I must apologize also for my actions. I don't know what it was in that package, but judging from your faces last night, it seemed to be an upsetting manner. I regret bringing sorrow to your home.
Don't worry, Jean. It is a complicated matter. but you shouldn't feel any responsibility for it.
Even so, it is unfortunate and unkind of me to repay your hospitality in this manner. I cannot allow things to end like this. I have a proposal for you. I couldn't help noticing that you seem to be understaffed. As you may guess, I travel a lot and I come across all sorts of wonders. If you want, I can keep an eye out for possible employees. I can spread the good news about this place.
That'd be very kind of you. We could really use a few extra hands.
Majestic, is there anything pressing that you can use some help with? If you give me a rough idea of what you need, it'll be easier to find someone who can get the job done.
You think about Jean's question. What are some of the positions you need to cover? The lounge has been a lot more hectic lately, with all the new guests coming in. Kota is getting help from the kobolds, but he's still having a hard time handling both the kitchen and counter duties. Not to mention you're getting a little sick of ramen and miso soup every other day. You could use a cook. Taking in everyone in need without discrimination could also potentially be dangerous.
Is that a... That's just a dog. That's just Sirius Black from Harry Potter. As Robert demonstrated, just about anyone could enter the hotel with next to no opposition. And this may prove to be an issue if the next guest is not as affable as he is. Not to mention, employees sent to explore the labyrinth would feel a lot safer as someone reliable among them. You could use a watchdog. One that can keep people safe, both in the hotel and while exploring the valley. Better yet if he's good company. Another issue with the growing number of employees is the need to handle everyone's salaries. So far, you've been paying your employees in precious gems generated by the labyrinth, but you could be endangering them by making them carry such valuable items when they leave the hotel. A financer could take care of this matter, as well as handling the flow of currency in and out of the hotel, and securing materials which it can't generate. I get it! We need the tax man! What do you suggest? I mean, the wolf is kind of cute, but honestly... Oof, this is tough. I'm split between the cook and the finance. You only get one of them. No! So tough to choose. Why must these choices be so tough? When you're 4 hours into a stream and you have to make the toughest decision of the entire stream. My favorite is the financer. Okay. The cook also seems pretty cool. Hotel needs a cook and I need a job. Nice. They're all such tough decisions. Wish Live was here just so I can know which one he chose, so I can maybe choose someone different, just so we get some variety. So tough. My heart just breaks that we can only choose one. Financer is my favorite as well. Honestly, at this point, I think we are going to go with the financer then. Just because, I mean, Kota is a great cook and all, and, Yeah, financer would seem the most logical in a sense. I just am kind of bummed we're going to miss out on the cook. And also the security dog also seems kind of cute. I know I said otherwise yesterday, but money is becoming an issue. There are materials we can't generate that we need to purchase, and paying our employees without actual currency is complicated. If you could get someone who's good with money, I'd really appreciate it.
I'll keep my eyes peeled. Seeing a place like this prosper would warm my heart. But before I go, there are two final things. First, would you be so kind as to give me your phone number so we can get in touch?
Sure it is. Just pops my actual phone number and leaks it. Of course. Just hand me your phone and I'll type it in. Oh, if you choose the art background, you can get the extra guest.
Damn it, I chose tech.
Anyway, let's continue. Of course, just hand me your phone and I'll type it in. Gene offers you a scratched, dust-covered smartphone from the early 10s. It's already displaying its new contact screen. You input your number, but when it comes time to put in your name, you can't help cracking a smile as a devious idea arises from the depths of chaos. You could perhaps, who knows, maybe, put in a silly name. Just use her name. Dirk is what you type, and that is that. Also, you'll want to save here. There's something you can input that will change future events. Also, Wolf can't do R&D. Yeah, technically.
Now, I still have another subject I wanted to bring up with you. I regret my comments implying you and Asterion were an item. That was uncalled for and out of place.
Oh no. No harm, no foul then, Gene.
Thank you. It's good to know I didn't leave any sore feelings behind. That said, there is one comment of mine I cannot regret, which is, in fact, I will stress regardless how unwelcome it may be. I am sorry to make assumptions that, if the two of you ever develop feelings for each other, you should not be deterred by the fact that he's, well, a Minotaur.
Really, Mr. Clement?
I mentioned last night, I think I had a son who was born special, Dirk. As a father, I feared for him. I loved my boy, and he was the joy of my life. But could others see his beauty and kindness as I did? Would he ever find love? I'm projecting, I know, but Asterion is different in his own way, and that should be no impediment for love. Sorry if this offends you.
I'm not really sure what to think of what you said, but I can appreciate the sentiment. I don't think it's his looks should be an issue either. And yes, he and I are friends, but there's a lot more to the story. For starters, we're also business partners. In the instance that Asterion and I did, let's say, have affections for each other, that would be very unprofessional. Besides, I don't know a thing about his sexuality, and it's really not any of my business. To top it off, I'm not sure he'd be even interested in a relationship with anyone, period.
I see. If neither of you has any interest, then that's it. End of story. But about you being co-workers, didn't you say last night that both of you own the hotel? Are you familiar with couples who keep a business together? If memory serves, the Americans call them mom and pop stores. In this case, it would be pop and pop. Yes, but it's the same thing.
You really are quite persistent, aren't you?
More than you can ever imagine.
Well, I do appreciate your sentiment then, Gene. I can see that you care. But in the end, it all goes back to what Asterion and I would want. And honestly, I have a hard time imagining he'd be interested in romance.
Would you be, though?
Me? With Asterion in particular?
Of course.
Okay, now you're getting a little invasive.
Oh, please, entertain this one last question.
Let me
rephrase it. For the sake of the argument, let's assume that all stars align, that Asterion both leans that way and harbors certain intentions towards you. Would you, shall we say, reciprocate?
Look, Gene. If you want to know if I could be in a relationship with him, the answer is yes. I'd probably go for it. I do feel a great deal of affection for him, and maybe if a bunch of things just sort of fell into place, that could one day become something more. But that's not the point. Because he's my friend, first and foremost, I understand that romance isn't what he needs right now. And I'm uncomfortable being probed about the idea of pushing myself on him. Things are fine the way they are. That's my final word on the matter.
I see. That is a very thoughtful answer indeed. I'm sorry to have behaved so importunately, Dirk. I know it's rude. However, for what it's worth, you've made this father quite glad. I keep thinking back to my son, were he still alive. I'd be very happy if you and he were friends. The world needs more people like you. But enough, darling. Time to go, my friend. Have a nice week.
After seeing Gene off, you head to your office to plan the activities for the day. How long is this chapter? This is like a long chapter. Oh, you can now go to talk to Robert in the lounge. You can select this activity in the daily agenda screen. Oh boy. No guest can currently advance their route. Astera needs to do his project. Talk to Robert in the lounge. Let's see this. Let's add Luke to the explore team. And drag these guys up here. Can we work on Asterian's project now? Now is mostly agenda affairs, I think. I can't believe how much content there is in this. I feel like I'm going to be doing this for like a whole year, just trying to get this one update done. Talking to Robert 4 times will add him as a guest. If you talk to Robert enough, he'll join your team. I mean, but what about Asterian's project? You can't complete it anyway as is. Not enough days. This is just too tough. Let's just talk to Robert in the lounge. Screw it. Alright, let's confirm the plan. Yeah, this project takes a long time to finish. Okay. Let's see how Robert is doing. Ever since Robert had joined the hotel, he had claimed one of the tables in the lounge of his own. He would spend hours there reading, seemingly paying no attention to the rest of the guests. In return, the others didn't bother him. They would throw curious glances at him, but not hold them for very long, not wanting to disturb the demon. You wonder if he feels lonely. Seeing as the both of you are available, you'll elect to spend some time with Robert. There are a few questions eating away at you. Hi, Robert.
Hello, Dirk. I hope you're having a pleasant afternoon.
I am, yes. I hope you're not being insensitive. Or I'm not being insensitive, but would you be okay with answering a few questions?
I suppose it's only fair. I stay on did entertain my questions about his culture, so I should follow his example. Plus, I know how curious mortals are. I may not be able to answer everything, but ask away.
For starters, I want to know a bit about where you're from. I assume it's hell.
Hell, now that is more complicated than you would imagine. Pardon the pun, but afterlife affairs are nothing short of a labyrinthine. I am from a hell. There are many, you see, and each one is different in its own way. There are the ancient ones, Sheol and Hades, for instance, and many more which come to be over the ages. This includes what most would expect out of the current monotheistic belief systems. There's no single afterlife, and there's no single hell. The one I belong to is a recent one, perhaps the youngest of all hellish realms. It may surprise you, but it only existed since the 1940s.
Oh, I didn't expect that. At least, lest of all there'd be such as a, let's say, young hell. If you don't mind me asking, what's it like there?
Wretched, as one would expect, but not in the predictable ways. You see, the hell I'm called is called Nuremberg, and our jurisdiction encompasses crimes of scale. The 20th century brought on unprecedented potential for harm, you see. Nowadays, hundreds of thousands of lives can be harmed irreversibly with a single click. The traditional afterlives were ill-equipped to deal with those matters. The chain of cause and effect is too long. The unattaining circumstance is too important. And so Nuremberg was created to judge and house both the perpetrators in crimes of scale and their victims. If they were robbed of the conditions that would grant them salvation, that is. To put it bluntly, one can be so massacred by circumstances that they never stood a chance. The perpetrators toil so their victims may yet achieve salvation. A very unorthodox hell. If that's not enough to assuage your worries, you should know my role in Nuremberg is not unsightly. I'm a prosecutor. I prosecute criminals of scale and, by extension, defend the souls of those they harmed. Now, Dirk, do you still have questions?
Yes, I do, but I don't want to bother.
It's no bother. Please, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm curious about Hades in particular. Could you tell me more about it?
Hades, as in the ancient underworld realm of Greek legend. What do you want to know about it?
I'm generally fascinated about it, and I wonder what happened to it. Does it still exist?
Oh yes, no doubt about that. An afterlife realm like that is very stable. Gods and divinity in general require worship. Many of the old gods have disappeared as a consequence of their dwindling followings. Which is why afterlife realms are strong, you see. As long as their population worships their god, their realm remains sustainable. I'm not privy to any special knowledge about Hades, however. I know it exists, and I know it's doing well, and as none can escape it. That said, since there are no more worshippers, I don't think new souls are accepted into it. The gates closed long ago. Unless you are friends with Sharon, that is.
Afterwards, Robert tells you about the books he's been reading, and then you go on with your day. Let's check in on the R&D team. Your R&D team has made some progress, but no project was completed. Oh, let's check in on the exploration team.
Your team got really lucky and found 8 raw materials. Twice of what you expected. Oh, it looks like you found something else. You obtained a clay tablet revealing a prisoner's last shred of hope. You can read it by opening it in the files in the menu. Oh, wow. That is terrifying. I am fine. Really, I am. The air around Hestia's fire smells like sunlight on a carefree day. Asterian's fur, warmed by it, takes on the soft scent of dust, sweat, and salt water. You kneel beside him to watch as his latest sacrifice is taken by the sacred flame. You place a hand on his knee as your warmth seeps through the Minotaur's clothing. He slouches his shoulders and releases his held breath. His hand settles on top yours, fingers splayed like a child too tired to make any attempt at being tidy. Thank you for last night, however. You helped me to settle all the thoughts galloping inside my head. You're welcome. You drape an arm over Asterian's shoulder, or as much to his step-wide back as you can cover. By the tips of your fingers alone, you pull him closer. He leans in until his head rests against yours, a horn only just touching the back of your skull. Close as you are, you can't help but notice that the smell of sunlight comes not from the fire, but from the Minotaur's warm fur. But peace cannot last. A pair of sticky feet plap up to you in Asterian. He grasps Asterian's index finger and tugs on it.
Asterion! Mr. Asterion!
Ah, yes, Gruggy?
You're a liar! Can you play it for us? Zephyta wants to dance.
I would love to, but I'm afraid my songs do not go well with dancing. But the kobold cannot appreciate such things as mood or context. Even a funeral dirge can be a real toe tapper to the untrained ear. Besides, the Minotaur's plin-plons are sweet enough on their own. Surely the little dear reasons to himself, dancing will only enhance them. Gruggy tugs on Asterian's finger again.
Please!
Oh, Gruggy. You and Asterion exchange a side glance. Together, you get up and return to your quarters to retrieve the Minotaur's lyre. On the way there, each of you holds one of Gruggy's hands, as though he were your own child. You lift him up for a few inches from the ground and swing him gently to and fro. His delighted giggling patters through the infinite hallways of the hotel, banishing old pains. Sip of something hot. Number 1. Okay, I'm going to save here and call it a night, unfortunately. It's been 4.5 hours, and yeah, let's go back to the title screen, which unfortunately I cannot play the music for due to copyright. Anyway, that is the end of tonight's reading. I am typing that into the description. Saved. Perfect. So, that was a pretty good night and kind of fun to just kind of get a feel for everything again. As enjoyable as it is, it does get really long-winded, but when I have the time to do it, it's always a blast. It's always kind of fun to get a feel for what everybody thinks about the different paths and whatnot, because I honestly could have gone like 2 or 3 different ways tonight with the choices. Just when we were getting shirtless elephant. No, not today. I'll save it for, the next stream. But, yeah. Before I go, I want to do a
patron shout out. That is not my patron shout out. This is my patron shout out. And so these people help me with just following my creative endeavors and funding them, such as my visual novel Ocean Avenue and some of my abridged videos, which I've been kind of saving up for, and I might start getting more into as we start to lower the amount of art per month for Ocean Avenue, just because we're trying not to work on it full time, especially our artist. And so, yeah, we're just trying to make a balance between the YouTube channel and the visual novel. So that's what your funds go to. But there are great perks with being a patron and a dork, as I like to call you, including exclusive not safe for work readings. My mic is over here. Early access, 7-day early access to Ocean Avenue. 7 days before the public release. Did you know that it comes out 7 days before the public release? And then there are other various sketches and previews and asset previews and whatnot for Ocean Avenue that you would get before public eye sees them, and just other posts and whatnot, such as exclusive polls and whatnot for patrons. But as I hold my mic, I am going to one last time for tonight, announce my fellow dorks. North Grizz, known as Lyde Loid, Andrew Corona, Taipei Roth, Magram Wolfram, Andrew Buenaventura, Kuma Richards, Ryan Atkins, Crunchy Balls, Neil, Spick, Spaton 98, Johnny, Dink Dark, Jovan Jackson, John, Banjo K, Zopictor, Zach, and Dennis Arellano Gonzalez. Now I want to give a very, very, very special thanks to my exclusive dorks. Fire Knight 2008, Kale Tiger, and Taylor. Now I put that back up. And so we conclude things for tonight. I had a blast, and I appreciate everybody's watching and supporting me and just being along for the ride. So thank you all so much for watching, and until next time, take care, folks.